Taking a look at market internals, NYSE volume 7% above its 1-month average, advancers flat to decliners. Nasdaq volume 20% below its 1-month average, advancers lead decliners by 1.3 to 1. VIX index trading higher by 2% at 1320.
Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I. The computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're going to do is start over from the top. Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I.
Please, allow me to show you something.
Selector, bring that back. Get your hands up.
Let's go.
Go to something like this. Hit 'em with the remix, yo.
Oh, hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
End of side one of this record. Please now turn it over.
Get started here. Good morning, Jalen. What's up, Supreme Developer? Takes you back to dubstep era. What's up, boss? Alrighty. What's up, Nova? How you doing, man? I'm on the wrong screen. Let me get into my tiny cam. All right. Hope everyone's doing good. Couldn't stream last week. Just got occupied, busy. Got a lot of busy stuff. Got a lot of stuff going on. You know? Happens. Life happens. I'm going on vacation next week. Little one, just the boys. Guys trip, do it every year. Bridgeport. Last time I was in Bridgeport, I remember, not last time, the time like before that, Jerome Powell came out and slammed the market down for like 3 straight days. It was pretty crazy. All right, let's take a look at the market, see what's going on, okay? And then we'll take a look at some individual names. We'll go into the futures. We'll give some market net flow, kind of get a good idea for the trading session, see if any good trade ideas kind of pop up. I posted a lot. If you guys are in the Discord, there was a lot of different things up on the tight list. Markets started off really strong today. We had that news around GameStop. It wasn't really news. It was just a position exposed. All the conspiracy theorists are out again. We'll pull that back up. We'll pull up GameStop and all that good stuff. Careful there, because obviously when volatility comes in, you don't need to trade large positions to make good money. You know, when volatility is high, you can trade lower sized positions and still do pretty good. Or, you know, YOLO, whatever. All right, so looking at the heat map here, it looks like Nvidia is really the big dog, up 3.64% on the day. I just want to take a look at the chart and see if this is backed off at all or if it just kind of started like that. Yeah, it was mainly a gap up, so it's basically a gap and it's just kind of floating around sideways today. Now, what can bring the markets down, obviously, which we're seeing some weakness, would be Nvidia coming off. Okay, Nvidia coming off would bring in some more volatility in the markets. But overall, let's take a look here at market net flow for the day. Give me a second here. What's up with BRKA? I did hear some stuff about that. What somebody said was mentioning that it was like halting or something. I'm not 100% sure. We'll pull up the chart. I'll see if they reported anything up on our news feed. I did get like some weird notification about something, but it doesn't make any sense for it to halt unless if it was just absolutely bonkers crazy. Something crazy going on with Burke. There was also, but you know what? I think it was probably has to do with something to do with the technical issues with the New York Stock Exchange. I think that's what it was. You know, there was some glitch or. It's always when we see some crazy stuff going on in the markets, all of a sudden all these problems appear. We did have ISM data come out. That came out softer than expected, and the market responded accordingly to that. Let's take a look at Trady Ticks. Oh, there's an ant on my keyboard, dude. I'm starting to get ants in my house. No, little anties. Market net flow is bullish for the day. So we have the green line going up, red line's flat line, but there is no convergence. So notice here how we started off pretty positive on the day. We started losing convergence, right? But yet there's a bullish divergence. When it's gray, right? When there's no convergence and we have a bullish divergence, you put the left into the right and you draw the line over like this. No, but that means you can have contra moves in the market. So we don't really have a trading edge here at this given time. Okay, if we take a look here now at the opening range for NQ, which is on the right side of my screen, these 3 lines right over here, that's just the very first 30 seconds of the trading session. You can go to a minute, 5 minutes, but right now, as you can see, we're below that. We're not like crazy far off. We are trading around to near the lows of the trading session. If we take a look at S&P 500, this is not CBOE. I am using a Wanda. You can use either one. The only reason why I'm using this is for its continuity, which means that you can it's continuous through the chart. Okay. There's a couple 0-date levels for the day. that started off, we had 53.05 and we had 52.55, which was not that large. Most of the concentration was up here at 53.05. Okay, so there was our call wall, and then our put wall, albeit small, was 52.55, and that may change obviously throughout the day, but that's what it was before the market opened up. Okay, local, and let me reiterate. Let me go back over here and just remind you all what we've been saying about 5,300, right? So this is at 5,300 or 53.05, but 5,300 is right here below it. And if you go to the left of the screen, okay, what did we tag today with 5,300, right? And you go to the left of the screen like this, and we've called this out many times where this was the call wall. This was the important level, 5,300. It's not as grandeur or whatever the word is, as it is to the new call wall of 5,400. But you can see we tried to break from it before, and we got hung up at 5,350, which was an important level. And then we got smashed back down, but we got extended from 5,300, and we kind of sucked right back up into it. And then we started breaking back down again, going into negative gamma territory, and we came right back to 5,300. So all this open interest around 5,300 is just winding up to a point where you would think that we're going to get some sort of explosive break from that level fairly soon. So when I look at this, I'm like, okay, I'd still lean more. I'm not, okay, when I say lean bearish, it doesn't mean I'm going to short this, because that's not what I've been doing. I've been looking for other opportunities in the market, right? And I'll go over my portfolio, which, because I'm basically all cash again once after this morning, close to it. I had a pretty sizable position in Bitcoin, and I definitely sold into that today. And then I had a pretty sizable into industrials, and I sold into that too as well. All right, and both of those, if you've been watching the videos, I've talked about those positions, or not about the position, but I talked about that's what I was looking at. And if it wasn't in the market brief, it was in the article that I wrote on Twitter when I couldn't put out a market brief. Okay, so but we are in positive gamma territory. So, okay, bullish market net flow. Yeah, there's no convergence, so not really an edge there, but we are above the gamma flip line. So this is where dealers look to buy the dip, sell the rip. So right now, I would be more leaning, be it that we're under 5,300, but we're above the gamma flip line. You can be somewhat bullish, but with caution, right? It's kind of a neutral stance over here. And by neutral, you can really find opportunities in both directions. Now, if I go into the 15-minute time frame for the S&P 500, the SPY, you'll see that we're above the 5-day moving average. It's pretty much declining, but it'll start flattening out. And you can see we gapped up and we trapped, and we're starting to move back in. Now, where would I pay attention to on a pullback? Okay, first and foremost, we talked about some of those gamma levels, but if we just look at the 15-minute chart on the SPY, we have an anchor, a volume-weighted average to the all-time high, and you can see we blew through that, and now we're pulling back into these areas. So we had strength, now we're pulling back in. That makes sense, right? If you're trying to go long right here after a move like this with no consolidation, I mean, this is actually a normal move right here. This should happen, okay? So if we come back into this area down here around, I don't know, 526-ish, okay, that could be a potential area to start looking for constructive strength. And if we start getting the constructive strength, it could present itself for a continuation of this recent move that we had into the close the other prior day. Now, if we start breaking through these levels, which we're coming down into it right now, looks like we're coming right into it, which actually reminds me, I have a position on something that I might need to check in on. Also pay attention, obviously, to the lower daily expected move. Now, I want to update you all on the S&P 500, the SPY monthly expected move. This was the upper monthly expected move. And last month, probably like 4 or 5 videos ago, we talked about when this day happened, right? This big old bearish engulfing candle. We talked about don't panic, right? It's not a time to panic, really. It's a time to prepare yourself. And what we started looking for was around 5,200 or 520-ish. On the S&P 500 for a pullback, and coming potentially back to the upper monthly expected move. That was last month's upper expected move. Now we're in a new month. It's June, baby. Summertime. Okay, we pulled into this, we undercut it, and we came right back up through. Pretty much within 30 minutes, we wiped out a lot of a price action. I have a crazy story if you didn't read my tweet or my X post on like Robinhood. Oh my gosh, I never use Robinhood ever, and then I was like, I'll just put in $200 and I'll take this trade. Why not? because I never do this kind of stuff. And then, oh man, oh my gosh, man, just horrible. I wish I would have known that they do this, and I did not.
Cash
But
equity close. The DAX is up about 0.5%
go read
today.
the post.
CAC
I'm not going to reiterate it right here.
And the
Just
FTSE's
makes me
flat.
mad. So the upper monthly expected
S&P
move.
500 dipping to the lows of the day.
The monthly expected move for the S&P 500. I'm going to read my chat here in a moment too, by the way. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat, but if you want to start dropping tickers in, I'm going to be going through those here momentarily. So I'm going to go to the properties. I'm going to change this thing. Now, why is the upper monthly expected move important? It's just like all the other expected moves, right? It's what the options market priced in for the month of trading. And it's crazy to me because we came way outside of it, right? And that's really when I started putting on like my hedge, right? I was like, and if you were watching the last live, I think I kind of talked about it there. I was like, it's small. I don't want to be in the money in my hedge because then my other positions go down, which, you know, some of them did, right? So it was all about positioning. I'm out of that at the moment, but it came right back into it. It came right back into the monthly upper monthly expected move. It took all month to do, right? It took all month basically, but we did. All right, we're coming back into the 5-day moving average and the anchored view op right there. Let me update on this monthly expected move here. Come on now. Come on now. Actually, I might need to up it. Yeah, let me see here. Give me a second here. I gotta go like this, so it does this weird thing. Okay, the upper monthly expected move on the SPY is 542.65. And then the lower, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. And then the lower is 512.09.
Or Airbus, Saudi budget airline, fly deals, and they're looking at a possible order of 10 to 20 Airbus or Boeing.
So that's what the market is pricing in as far as risk goes for the month of June. Boom, boom. Now for the week, because we ain't hitting the monthly move today, I wouldn't think so.
Coming from Israeli
That'd be crazy.
Yahoo saying there'll be no ceasefire deal without our conditions.
Lower weekly 521.11, upper weekly 533.63. It's typical of tagging one of these expected moves every week, which we did last week, right? We got outside of it and we came back in. Okay, so price is pulling back into that area that we discussed. I want to see if anything here has changed on market net flow. Not really. We did get some big zero date flow down here, actually. Some decent sized orders that we haven't seen the size of those pretty much for the day. So we'll eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay. The red line's starting to tick up here a little bit. Wouldn't really worry too much about that right now. Keep an eye on it though. The zero date level still, yeah, it's 5,300 is the call wall now. 52.55, so yeah, 5,300. I mean, that makes sense. It's kind of where we were. And as it stands in this moment, we are pulling back into that gamma flip line right here, okay? So when I look at this, I'm like, yeah, that we can probably potentially bounce from around these areas, maybe 52.55 or even up into this zone, 52.70, so this 20-point range here. But I'd prefer to see strength. Like, for example, like when this came down to 5,200 over here, like, and everyone's like, oh, dude, market's falling apart. Like, all in my head was, if we start seeing strength, like, first off, I thought it was definitely possible with that price action that we could come down to 5,200. Okay, when you see this type of move into, we're at the gamma flip line now, but I didn't like enter at 5,200. You know, I entered in when I traded it. I traded it shorter during the day. I literally traded when it came like back up into these ranges, or even maybe a little bit higher. And then I close out of it up here, those for a smaller swing trade. Okay, but there are people that love to try to bottom tick and buy the dip, and more power to them. Just understand that you fail more frequently, and not necessarily that you fail more frequently, but you may be holding the position into the red a lot more, or you'll be stopping out, stopping until you catch something that potentially moves. Whereas for me, it's just like, just wait for the U-turn, and if it turns back up, like, and I start seeing the strength, cool. All right, market's coming off here a little bit. Give me 1 second. I got to check in on a position here. Then we'll go. I'm going to read the chat. Sorry, I haven't been keeping an eye on it. Holy hell. Yeah, I'm gonna close out some of this. Give me a second here. Holy macaronis. I need to lock it in. Lock it in. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look here at chat. So NQ is really breaking down here, people. So watch out, be careful, right? This is where I kind of wait for the strength because we can once again, we can get these monster rip back, okay? So it's a time to be cautious and careful right here. It's not like in times of volatility, what you want to see, right, as the market's pulling in, you want to see strength, you want to see a higher low, okay? So where are we? We're pulling into the where? The 5-day moving average and that anchored VWAP. So we can undercut it, we can come back. It's a pretty wide range candle. Okay, so now what we do, what I do, is now I'm waiting for strength. So I can go into the smaller time frames, so I can look at NQ, for example, and what I'd like to see is if it comes off or bounces, puts in a higher low, and so forth, people would say, oh, it's a bear flag. Yeah, but if it starts breaking back up, we can potentially go and try to retest the VWAP high for the day, or we can go and look at the daily anchor VWAP. But right now, like when I'm looking at this, I'm like, I ain't gonna short it, right? I'm not gonna short right now. Here's the anchor VWAP for the day. So in this zone, and they're both declining. So now it's just kind of patient. Just let it play out. That's kind of what I look like. What's the benefit of using a Wanda, which seems to be a different price than all the other platforms? Yeah, Keith, it's continuity. So you just see it kind of go. It's continuous. You can use SPX. It's the price difference is subtle, it's small, and understand the gamma levels. They're like never, like you're never, very rarely does it tag it to like literally the penny. All right. So gamma, understand that there's room of, I don't know what's the saying? Like you have degrees of like, distance or freedom or whatever, like around those gamma levels. Right. So even that the levels are a little bit different, SPX is the big boy product. CBOE is SPX. So there's nothing wrong with using that. On my gamma chart, I use this. I use SPX all the time too. But just on the gamma stuff, I just use this. I just got used to it. The gamma labs that I go through, they use it too. I talked to them about it. They just use this. I'm like, all right, I'll just use that too. And they said the same thing. They're like, you could use whichever chart. It don't matter. But once you understand how gamma kind of works, when price comes closer to these levels, right, it kind of begins this pin. But when it starts breaking from the levels, you could get these explosive moves. And that's why I'm saying it's not never exact, right? You never need to very rarely it is, right? But the times that we really pay attention to is like, oh my God, it tagged it perfectly, which it does sometimes, but the majority of the time it'll undercut it. Like for example here, 5,200, it undercut it and came back up. Now, if you were looking at SPX, it came down like what, 15 points more than that, maybe 20 points more, somewhere around there, but it was still kind of within that 15 to 20 point on a $5,000 product, right? So how do you approach that knowing that you would maybe, one, that's why I don't buy the dip. You kind of wait for the strength to show. Two, you can scale into a position. You don't just go, oh, I'll get it, hit it like all in right there. You can maybe put on a little size, see how it trades. Oh, it starts moving up. Okay, cool. I'll add in a little bit of more size. Oh, we just put in a higher low and now we just broke that higher high. Okay, now I'll go into my pull position and I think that we can go from here. That would be a way to approach it. Like, so right now we're just kind of floating around the gamma flip line, but do we bounce from that level? No, we undercut it and we came back in. Gamma flip line, by the way, people, is at 5270. So if I go to CBOE's SPX, 5270 is right here, right? And so we undercut it a little bit here too. It's close. It's close enough. Close enough for me. Now, if I had a different service that I use that aggregates this data, I'd probably use another product. But just because they use it as well, I just feel more comfortable using the same product. What's up, Emilio?
At the top, they are looking for the May SP.
Long time, Emilio. Familiar face. I remember you.
My reading expected it.
In the YouTube comments.
No expectation part was 51.0.
All right. Let's take a look here at Twitchy. What's up, T-Rabbit? Morning. 99% down. No big deal, Mr. Talking Monkey. What do you mean you're 99% down? Lots of stocks are glitching. Yeah. That's true. All right, well, yeah, we'll take a look at XOM. I'm going to pull up my notepad, so make sure that if you guys want me to pull up individual stocks, tell me what they are. I'm going to be going through my comment section right now. Cock-a-doodle-doo, the rooster. That's funny.
51.2 for Mexico manufacturing.
Berkshire, yeah, I guess we'll look at Berkshire. I have no idea what's going on right there, but I'm assuming that it has something to do with the glitch.
ZVRA,
okay, Nvidia, yeah, obviously we'll pull up
phase 2 clinical study presented at Sleep 2024.
Yeah, we'll go through, like, we're going to go through commodities. We're going to go through the yield. We'll go through the dollar, all that good stuff. Yeah, the Robinhood forced close. That's exactly what it was. The forced close within 30 minutes to close. But you know what's annoying stock about that is because I went to support because I didn't know about that rule or whatever. Because I'm not going to forget to close out my order. I'm not going to get exercised if I don't want to get exercised. Okay, but they don't care about that. But then I was like, wait, so is it always 30 minutes? They're like, well, generally. And I was like, what do you mean generally? I was like, you guys don't have just like system that cuts this stuff off? They're like, no, it just generally starts around there. I was like, okay, so if I took my trade the same time as somebody else, there's a possibility that the other trader got theirs shut off more towards the close and in the money. And they're like, that could be the case. And I was just like, dude, my jaw dropped. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? Crazy. But I get it. I get what they're doing. And I'm just very happy I didn't put in more than $200 or lose $100. I put in $150 and I think I lost $100. Maybe more. It went from 6 cents to 1 cent. They closed me out. Then it went up to $3.50. But I went in at the close, which that was my plan. I don't care where it goes. I'm going in at the close to close out my thing. And it was at $2.50. And I was like, yes. And I couldn't close it because it was already closed out. And I never take those trades. But man, that would have been sweet to turn $150 into $6,000. All right, yeah, so XOM, that'll be one that we'll do. Yeah, everyone follows Nvidia, of course. Yeah, Jim, that's a live news feed. Every once in a while, they'll pull out a name that's getting some information, and we'll pull it up. Like, for example, Aurora Cannabis has been mentioned a couple, well, I'm sorry, not specifically Aurora Cannabis, but there was like some news from the DEA about cannabis stocks. And like, so this software is actually pretty expensive every month. Okay. And I put it on here. I'm paying for it because if it benefits people, I'll keep it on. If it doesn't, I'm going to cut it because it's literally like a car payment. In theory, I don't have a car payment, but if I wanted a new car, this would pay for a new car pretty much. It's not cheap. And, but it gave me 2 alerts back to back, 1 month and then the next month, and it completely paid for all the service. Well, I guess the alert didn't, but the alert brought me to the name and then I traded it. It's pretty funny.
Reporting North America May U.S. sales at 216.6 thousand vehicles, up 15.7%. Electric vehicle sales at 85.3 thousand, up 60. Okay,
what else we got going on here? Yeah, silver. We're gonna look at commodities. Okay, there we go. Here's some. Jalen has some good ones. Okay, so we got Shopify. Cool. Yeah. PayPal. The dog. PayPal, and then Amazon. All good names that we can pull up. Yeah, we'll pull up solar names. Yes, trade the news. Thanks, Mike. Yep, exactly, stock. Okay, what is up with the Berkshire thing? Okay, what is it? BRK, what's the ticker here? BRKA or something like that? BRK-A or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, this ain't real. That ain't real. Not a chance. Dude, could you imagine if this was real? That's like some Enron type stuff. Not a chance. It's a glitch. I sure hope that's a glitch. Judging by the whole market right now, it's definitely a glitch. Yeah. I wonder if like you were short, like if you were short the name, if you could like get, I'm sure that it's all locked up right now, but if you were short, if you could actually get out, if it like opened like that, if anybody got out and they're like, oh my gosh, you know? I doubt it. Yeah, no way that's going on. It'll get fixed. Dude, almost gave Warren a heart attack. I mean, seriously. He probably knew. He was like, yeah, we're gonna have a technical glitch. I mean, let's be real. He was probably the first one called. He's like, no problem.
Harry J getting an order for a 20 E2 aircraft.
That is pretty wild, okay?
Mexicana.
I mean, shoot, I've never seen that happen before on a name like this. It might not be real, but I'll try to get shares. Hey, dude, we should all put in orders down there at 185. What if we all got filled? Yes. Yeah, it's halted. It's halted. It's funny. All right, we got some high tide. Okay, got some cannabis names, and I got some software names I'm going to put onto my list here too as well. And I can show you some of the names that I got on Watch. Elf, yeah, Elf was actually on my tight list. I'm gonna pull up Elf. Apple Bookmap. Okay, we'll pull up Apple Bookmap. All the OPEC, all oil stocks tanked after OPEC news. I didn't see the OPEC news, but I'm assuming that's. I wouldn't know the reason as to why. I mean, I'm assuming that just market didn't like what came out with as far as the news goes. But we can pull up some of those names too as well. And then we had FSLR, right? Yeah, FSLR, ENPH. We've got a lot of good names here that we can go over. Okay, Palantir, Path. Okay, PLTR, Path. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I got that. MC. DJI, GGT were down for like an hour. They were down. Oh yeah. Okay, gotcha. Okay. And nobody actually mentioned GameStop. Oh, shit. Sorry, pardon my language. I was supposed to check in on this name. Yeah, give me a second here. Sorry. My bad. Oh, get out. Forgot, sorry. I gotta close out my position. I had a little short position in Mara just a little bit earlier on, like around here, when it kind of flagged and broke down. It doesn't show it for some reason, but it was coming through the opening range, and I just shorted it down. And I just closed out my position down here. I closed out a sum over here or something like that, and then I just got out of it. Just for full disclosure, I'm not in it anymore. Okay, let's go back to some of these names. Yeah, a move like this in GameStop. So I know, yeah, the Ron Kitty, Keith Gill had posted something on Reddit, and then, dude, so many people are so butthurt about it, and like I get it to an extent, but it's not like when I look at like pumpers, like we'll look at the Sailor to Shift tool too. When I look at like people that pump stocks. Like, one could argue that he's pumping a stock, but two, it's very, like, no, he never mentioned really, like, there was no clarity behind it, okay? That's the confusion, but yet there's the background of where he came from, what he did, so I get that part. But when I look at, like, somebody who pumps names, like, I can go right to the left, and I look right at my screen, and I see one guy doing it every single day, telling you that the price is going higher and higher, and it's, like, literally legitimately a pump. So, I don't know. I think it's a decent debate, and I think it could go either way. I think the problem would lie, because a lot of people are complaining about it, like, right, like he's pumping the market, he's manipulating the market, and to an extent, like, he is making big moves in this, right? But the bad thing would happen is if FCC comes in or anybody comes in and sees that he worked with other people and planned it out, and it wasn't just him doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like if he reached out to somebody, hey, I'm gonna start posting these tweets, right? I'm gonna start doing this, and then or he's working with somebody else, or it's a hedge fund, or whoever knows. And if there's any connection between that, that would be very, very, very bad. But if it's just him and he's just posting memes and stuff, he has a big audience, he has a big following. You can have other people do that too as well. It gets very bad when they like start telling you it's going to go here, it's going to do this, and without saying like there's risk involved or whatever. Like they're just like, this is my opinion. Like then fine, dude, just fucking say what it is you want. But there's some clear pumpers out there, and I wouldn't really kind of put that in that at least yet in that boat until maybe there's a bigger story that's unveiled. Okay, that's my thought there. GameStop's roughly at the lows of the trading session. Go figure, it gaps up this much. People are going to sell into it. They're going to take profit. They're going to look for the next turnaround. The last time this happened, I'm pretty sure we closed, and then the market started ramping it the end of business, okay? Like when the market closed, and it started ramping up again like 15%. So it's something to watch. I'm not really messing too much. Kevin was saying something similar. Oh, he's okay. So there you go. And Kevin would probably understand the laws and the rules light years ahead of me, right? Because he actually is in the brokerage, or he has an ETF. So all the securities laws, he's a financial advisor. Jim knows exactly who I'm talking about. That's hilarious. Jim, that's exactly who I was. I just didn't feel like saying it. Potty mouth Mike this morning. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. That is absolutely correct. I've been trying to change my vocabulary. I should say less bad words, but every once in a while they slip out, and even my wife caught it, and she was like, man, why are you cussing so much? I'm like, I really don't know. It's not like I'm watching bad things, but it's like, oh man. And it's annoying because I'm like, my kid is now starting to babble. So I gotta change my tune. I need people to keep me in check. I need the rooster to start clucking. Just trolling me. No, but you're actually right. You're right on point. All right, let's look at some of these names, peeps. Before we do that, let's just hop in. Let's take a look at the 10-year yield. It's always good to keep an eye there. And then we're going to take a look at some individual names. So the 10-year yield's coming off hard and fast off of the report that came out earlier. So the 10-year yield came off. That means bonds are just seeing massive volume, probably. A big old move there in the TL Tizzle. Can't wait to see what the zones look like after that move. Okay, let's take a look at the dollar here. Now, I'm actually kind of interested. I don't have it, unless if somebody knows the 2-year. Yeah, dollar's off pretty hard here, too. So these the dollar down, yields down, this could very well help the market out. I do find it interesting that the IWM, this is a little confusing of a market, ain't it? HYG is slightly up, but it's, wait, what? I'm tripping out here on HYG. I don't know what's going on here. What am I doing? What's going on here? Was there like a dividend or something, or? It says it's up on the day. So it's up on the day, but it's just giving me a weird reading. Okay. Let's take a look at gold. Gold's holding up rather well here still, right? We saw a nice big move to another high. Price action is getting pretty tight here. So very similar to what happened over here. We had this kind of wedge pattern. Okay, it's kind of doing a very similar type move right here, getting very tight in somewhat of bullish context. So this is very possible that if dollar comes off continues to come off. There's been actually, surprisingly enough, the correlation has been kind of positive for the most part, and then it goes back to negative. Not really a correlation, right, between gold and the dollar. It's very interesting environment when the dollar goes up and gold goes up too. It's something to pay close attention to because those things don't really happen for long periods of time. But needless to say, coiling up right here, looking pretty good. I know a lot of miners look pretty good too as well. They came off, right? I think I was looking at this little contraction pattern. A breakout of this would a measure move to where we kind of came. And now it's getting tight here too as well. The bullish percent index on the gold miners though, it's getting pretty frothy. And I know that a lot of names, like, I forget what's on the tight list is. So AEM, which is Eagle Mines, Agnico, Eagle Mines, getting very tight, right? So there's one. These were on the tight list. And there was a couple others. I just don't have, was it Eldorado? Eldorado, yeah. I mean, Eldorado, nice tightness right here too. The thing with trading gold stocks, like for me, it's like more of like a buy and kind of hold sort of situation. I'm not, by the way, too, I think I'm trying to bring on a CEO of another gold mining company to just talk about the markets and get a kind of insider's look. I'm trying to set that up. I'll see if I can get it just to get a good sneak peek. But gold mining stocks, man, they are like, sometimes they trade very well and clean with technicals, but a lot of the times, man, they are chop city. Helka is also looking pretty tight here. This is, I believe, more in the silver space, if I remember correctly, but also getting very, very tight here. Okay. You can see price action in bullish context above the 20, above the 50, 200 starting to flatten out to go up. So that's a nice look there too as well on Helka. So, I mean, they look good. They're getting frothy. They're getting extended. And more and more people know about this sector now. It's getting like a lot of people have their eyes on it. But gold is in, bullish context. These miners are in bullish context. So to me, I mean, strong stocks typically get stronger. That's what trend following is all about. And if they start breaking down, then you have tight risk management in place and you get out when you got to get out. No, you didn't, Daniel. Not a chance. Are you serious? It was Berkshire-A, or was it just Berkshire like the B? Because if you got that down there, holy cow, you're just going to like, what? Get out of here. No, not a chance, dude. No way. Berk-A. No way. That'd be crazy. I'd literally just try to, yeah, no, it's halted. There's no orders going. Dude, if it filled for some weird reason, that's hilarious if you actually got that. Okay, I'm going to go into... He's joking, I promise. Yeah. Be crazy. All right, so some people had mentioned oil stocks. So first, let's take a look at oil. What's going on here? When it reopens, it'd be worth $621,000. Oh, sheesh. And I thought I was a troll. Shoot. Yeah, seriously. Literally, if people actually started getting filled, I would literally probably cut this stream and try to get filled. Or I just like go completely just dark for a moment. And just try to buy literally everything. I mean, who wouldn't at that point? Who wouldn't? Okay, so yeah, crude oil is getting completely smothered right here. Now, understand the 10-year yield and oil, they do correlate pretty tightly. So I want to show you a chart, okay, and then kind of give you some insights into this. Because oil looked like, energy stocks, everything looked like it could set up pretty well. And we're getting some news or something that's come out. And
for letter L, Lowe's, the CEO on CNBC, saying that the pent-up demand coming out of COVID is starting to wane a bit, but they've seen corporate travel start to pick up.
We're going to go back into some of these names, and then we'll also pull back up this specific chart. Okay, so this is the I've shown this one before many times. The green and red bars, that's the 10-year yield, and the black line is oil. And so something that I was noticing was the 10-year yield, we made a pretty big comeback, right? And when the 10-year yield was rising, we talked about how it can potentially come back up into this range, about 4.6-ish. It almost got there. And the reason why it was because the 2-year was also moving. And so as this moved up higher, the 2-year kind of remained right around in that range. And the yield curve started uninverting a little bit, which brought a few days of price action to the downside. Now, if I look at oil, what did I notice here was oil kind of went up, but then it got shot down here while this started moving up. And if you look back, like look at when oil started coming off, the 10-year yield followed shortly thereafter. When oil started rising, the 10-year yield started rising there shortly thereafter. When oil started falling, the 10-year yield started falling there shortly thereafter. So as this was pricing up, right, oil wasn't really going anywhere. And now you're seeing them kind of come back into correlation, both to the downside after today's news. So I think we should continue to watch this. If you think that oil, if oil starts making a turn, that could be something to closely pay attention to with the 10-year yield too as well. But right now it's getting smothered. So what does that mean for some oil stocks? Let's take a look at XOM. That was one of the ones I was brought in on the stream. So, okay, XOM. I mean, XOM to me doesn't look bad. I mean, it's coming down today, 1.66%, okay, with oil, so it makes sense. But remember, sometimes these exaggerated moves can get snapbacks, and really what we're seeing here is just actually an inside trading bar into the prior big volume day. So to me, this is just kind of a consolidation. Now, yeah, it's under the 50, but it's still technically inclining. It's under the 20, so under short term. So what do? Is, well, now you wait for the strength. We can start breaking above the high of this candle maybe tomorrow. Maybe that opens the door to come retest the highs or potentially push further. Now, if we start wherever this closes, right, if we start breaking down through the lows, maybe we would come retest those specific lows there too as well. But as it stands right now, looking at XOM, right in this very short term, it's just an inside trading day. And we're above a 5-day moving average that is starting to turn around, which is the first time that we've seen in a little while, right? It started declining, got extended. Now it's coming back in a little bit. So yeah, if it comes back into this volume shelf, 113.83, whatever comes down there, maybe start to look for strength and comes back up. And then you could identify a potential stop point on the higher low, or even this low, if it comes down, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, to me, this is just a consolidation right now. And I mean, if you look back even further, I mean, we saw a massive rally, right? And it's building out a longer term base potentially. So I don't think it's down and out really yet. It's, right now it's just consolidating. Is it like an entry right now? I wouldn't say that there's an entry right now. I think it's kind of one of those things is you wait for the consolidation to resolve itself. And you start looking for very tight consolidations like this. See how tight this got right here? And then we broke out and saw a nice big move. Now we're consolidating again within that candle. And when the opportunity arises, like then you can attack it, right? Like right here. Look at how tight price action got down here. Boom. Then we saw the move from it. Oh, you're welcome, RS. Yeah, that's kind of my thought here on that. I don't trade options, so if you want to even manage risk more, you can look into spreads or smaller positions, and you look out like longer term, right? So I don't, I'm not much of an options trader. All right, let's take a look at Shopify. What's that doing? So Shopify was on my radar, and actually, it's not that it's just on my radar. I actually have a position, so I'll give you my exact position. At least I think I'm still in my position. Give me a second here. What? Get out of here, dude. Oh my goodness. I was about to flip out, dude. Oh my gosh. Glitch. Okay, yeah, so dude, that scared the crap out of me. Oh my gosh. That was creepy. Okay. Telling you, man. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. All right, so Shopify. So I have a position at $58.09. So where's that at? 58. Why did I get in there? 58.09. Oh yeah, okay. So that was that day. So, okay. So I was getting in on, yeah, oh, there's my little lines right there. Okay, so let me remove that drawing, remove that. Remove this. I'm gonna show, so you guys can at least see like the entry of how I kind of go into this. But okay, so do you see how this day we hit a low and then we close at the high of day? And see this white line beneath us? If you go out further, I'll just go to the weekly. You see how it's tagged this kind of trend line a couple of times? Let me go to the daily time frame so you can see what I'm talking about a little bit better. Notice when it hit the line here, it went down, it undercut it, but then closed near the high of day there. Okay, okay, and here's another one. We gapped way down and then closed at the high of day down here. Right, over here, boom, close at the high of day. And both of those times, we ended up getting some follow through to the upside, albeit these were aggressive moves. This is pretty trash of a move so far. Very trashy of a move so far. I mean, it may get better, it might not, I don't know. Okay, so my thought was, okay, price action is kind of wedging here. It's getting very tight. We're coming into a trend line. Oh, we just hit a new low and we close at the high. If it's anything like prior, we can potentially see a bounce. Okay, so I just said, hey, if we start cracking through the high of this day, that's where I'll enter in. And I got in basically right there, like a few cents below it. And then we just, went for a few trading days up a little bit, and that's it. So when I'm looking at this, I'm up 1.95%. Regular size position. I'm probably going to actually take a little off because it's a regular size position. I don't know why I got into a regular size position here, to be quite honest. It's in a pretty bad trend, and maybe it was because I was planning on being more aggressive anyway. But we had some follow through, and if it comes back in, like this would be an idea for a stop, is down this prior swing low. Or you can even look at this volatile trading day, the last trading day, how it hit this low, and then we close at the high again. So maybe even a stop there would make sense, and then see if we can actually get some upward momentum. Let me see the 15-minute chart. So we're actually, it's doing nice. The 15-minute chart looks pretty good actually right here. Take a look. So we're above the 5-day moving average. It's not really inclining, but you can see we saw a strong move. Now it's flagging right here. So the daily candle don't look all too hot. But nice consolidation here. And that's happening basically right around these prior swing highs. And then if I look at the last, 10 days or so, we're kind of holding above this profile. So, it could be something. Now, if, like I said, a stop down here would make sense. Maybe here if it starts breaking out. But yeah, overall, I'm in a position. You know my entry now, 58.09. I may take a little off, and then I'll probably just update my stop down here. And where's that at? 58.09. So I lose like 40 cents a share. Well, if on my remaining position. Let me give you another example here. Like, take a look at Lululemon. I did the same thing with Lululemon. I traded to the long side to see how tight price action got here, and then I waited. I think for this day, it gapped down and closed near the high of day, and then I played it up. I played a bounce trade, got lucky, and I was super aggressive. I don't even think I was in it on this specific day over here. I think I got out mostly around here. Okay, but notice the trend. It's crappy trend, and go ahead, go figure. Right, if you're a trend trader, right, you can play a counter trend bounce. But man, that was just a straight dead cat bounce. It came right back down, and now we're coming into earnings, and who knows? We can gap way back up here, right? But I'm not gonna execute into an earnings play. Okay, so that's Shopify. PayPal was another one. Let's pull up PayPal. PayPal, I was in and I got out. When did I get out? I got out. I think I was in. I think I got in right here. Yeah. I got in right around here somewhere. And then this was where my stop was. And then, was it this day that got me out? I think it was. I can't remember correctly. But yeah, I got stopped out of PayPal. PayPal has been a dog of a name. And we kind of talked about that, like how there's been so many days where it just gaps up and then closes at the low of the trading session. And we said like, okay, it probably, before it gets its move, if it's actually going to start moving, we might see a lot of shakeouts, right? A lot of shakeouts. And that's kind of, I got shooken out, right? So price action got very tight here. We broke down, that stopped me out. Now we're kind of bouncing back in this kind of wedge pattern over here. Who knows if that's going to break back down to the downside? I don't know. You can look at it like potentially like this. There's no trend, so it's getting sloppy. So it's a range, so you have to trade it like a range. So the range would be this pretty much, and you're kind of in the center of that range right now. Still holding the 200-day. So if you were to enter in, right, we have an inside trading bar. I'd say make sure that your stop is like around here, because if it breaks down further, you don't want to go hold on to it down to here. You can just always, if you get stopped out and it comes back up, you can always look to re-enter. That's just the approach that I would take. And then the weekly time frame, I mean, it looks constructive on a weekly time frame, to be quite honest. Look at the weekly candle. See the weekly candle over here? Like, so it's came off. Then we have like a little bit of a low down here by the 40 week. Bounced up, but we're still not above the high. So perhaps one way you can look at this, if you're looking for a longer term trade, is you look at the weekly time frame to kind of reduce the noise. And you can say, hey, this actually looks like a pretty nice inside setup for the week. I mean, it's Monday, right? We have a lot of time left. But if it starts breaking above the high of this trading week, maybe you can have a stop below the low of this trading week, or give it more room, more space, smaller position size right there. So I don't think it looks horrible. I think it's just, this is what happens in an accumulation phase. You get a lot of shakeouts, a lot of moves to get people out of the position, and then all of a sudden people get tired of it, they give up, and then all of a sudden it rallies, it rips, it goes bonkers. But you got to understand that if it doesn't go bonkers, you need to be willing to get out of it and look to re-enter, right? Because you don't want to lose 20% on the position, and then, maybe you do. Okay, so let me reword that, because 20% loss might be on a high beta name, and you change your position size to make up for that 20%. So, like you're like, oh, you're down 20% on it. Yeah, but that's like, it moves 15% in a day. Like, I don't care, right? So it comes down to position sizing. My point is, don't let it get out of hand, the dollar amount get out of hand on you of a losing trade that takes away from all your winners for the year. That's what I mean. Okay. All right, PayPal. Let's look at Amazon.
6-month bill auction bid cover ratio 2.95.
We have a bill auction coming out.
5.155%.
Still below the daily VWAP here on S&P 500. We'll pull up Amazon in a moment here. Let's take a look at the market, see what's going on, okay?
Drawing 5.250%, 63.2%. A lot of the high bid cover there at 2.74.
Okay, so back to what we were talking about earlier in the trading session about coming back into this anchored VWAP from the swing high and the 5-day moving average, which is declining. We are there still, right? We undercut it, and we're trading right around those levels. Have yet to tag a daily expected move. Okay, but overall, what is this doing? We're just consolidating a gigantic move at the close of business the prior trading day. Okay, market net flow, still very bullish look, right? Very bullish divergence, right? Green line straight up, red lines, flatlined, and then the gray is starting to wane, but it's still gray, right? There's no convergence here. Now, if the market is basing out here, what you're noticing here is convergence is starting to obviously wane. The more it does and the market can push up a little bit, this can turn green, and that could give us the edge that we need to know that, hey, now I think would be the time to start trading with the market. That would be the edge to the upside. Okay, not there yet. Oh, I got out of my position already. Okay, give me a second here. We're going to pull up some of these other names. We're going to get into Bitcoin, and we're going to look at that sailor to shift ratio. I know somebody had asked about that. Oh man, LPG. Anybody take that trade? That was also in the trade ideas. I'm still in that trade. Look at this monster. Look at that beast. Played it over here. So basically, it was just tightening up here, and then I played it. I don't know where I played it exactly. I'll tell you where I played it.
TD Bank shares
41.72.
saying that the
Why did I enter so high?
Investigation of bribery.
Oh,
is
maybe I entered this day.
expanded by the
Yeah,
DOJ.
and maybe and then it
Take
faked
the
out and
Delta.
came in and then started moving up. And then I had a stop loss maybe down here or something like that. Or here.
41 new allegations that
Nice move though. That's up 20%.
the Florida
That was
bank
not
are
a
working for
full size.
TD
It's not a full size
accepted
position.
bribes.
It's like a half position now. Well, no, it's actually a third of position. I think it's a half of a half position now. High beta name. Okay. I have a little Bitcoin left. I traded BitX, by the way. I used leverage. Not leverage on my account. It's actually trading as a cash account right now. It's a cash account, and I'm using BitX, which is leveraged.
VLA in Paris, France. Valneva announcing
BitX.
publication of 2 Lyme disease trials.
I don't hold this for periods of time. I just traded it. I have a very small position now. I think it was 43.03 was the entry. It's like right around here. Although I think it was lower. I think I entered it in over here, and then it went up, and then it came down, and then it went up again. Okay. Let's pull up Amazon. Take a look at SIG. Okay, yeah, we can pull up SIG. Sorry, Apple Bookmap will be coming up here in a moment. But just, you know, so Amazon, I like Amazon, but just understand that like it's starting to break from these little averages. It's done that before, right? And then it's recovered, and I'm fine with it breaking moving averages. They're still technically trending kind of up, right? The more time, but if I go to the 5-day moving average, right, the 15-minute chart. Right, we saw some strength. It came in. Now we're breaking from this level. I'd prefer to see this trending up. I don't care if it's below it, above it, whatever necessarily, but I would prefer it to be trending up because that would tell us that the very short-term trend is moving higher. So I think that Amazon can be an opportunity here. It's been very bullish, right? Right. So strong stocks, they typically get stronger. So is this the all-time high forever? Right? Are we done? Is it over? Right? And this was the top, and we're gonna look back to the left. I mean, some people probably thought that here, especially on this gap down, and then nope, they were wrong, right? Because if you look back to the left of the chart, it's been doing this. It's been going down and then coming right back up. So when I look at this, I'm like, yeah, you know, go into the smaller time frames. Oh, when it gets super extended, maybe that could be opportunities, right? Like look at the RSI, right? It built out a base, started moving from it, then it consolidated, and so forth. So now I look at the daily time frame. And kind of similar, like you get these pretty strong moves and then you get this volatility hit, you know, and we had a strong, decent move down, but then you have a stronger move here. And now we have an inside trading bar. So if you're looking at the daily time frame, you're like, hey, I'm going to take an entry here. Okay, cool. So where's your stop going to go? So for example, say if we close here, right? Close right here. I would say, okay, maybe if you break above the high of this candle, that would be the inside trading day breakout. Then you have a stop right here or a 50% stop here. And a 50% stop down here. Because if you get stopped out and it goes back up, then you're like, yeah, but I still got 50% of the position. And then you can look to re-enter potentially. But then I would just honor the stops because a bounce back up makes complete sense, right? After this move, a bounce back up, okay, cool. But it also has to work through some of the overhead, obviously, supply. And we've been kind of just chopping around sideways here. Yeah, Elf looked really good. Elf was going good. I really actually, it just bothers me because I couldn't get in. I didn't enter in, and this was one that was really on my radar. It was looking good here. This was the earnings move. That's what I waited for. And I was going to wait for the consolidation. I even had it on my radar, and it broke out today, but I just wasn't ready. I don't think I had an alert set. All right, Berkshire's back up and running, by the way. It's up 3%, by the way. Up and running again. Okay. So yeah, overall, let me go back over here. Which one was I looking at? Was that Elf? Yeah, Elf looks great. Elf looked great. right? Would I enter into a position right now? I mean, not really on this day right now, how it's set up, but I love the breakout. You had the strong move, follow through on earnings. You pulled back on lighter volume, and you have follow through today. So ELF looks good. It looks great, right? So if you entered here, where's your stop going to go? I guess down here, but you have to really give it some, you know, you'd want it to target up here to make it at least a 1-for-1 ratio. So I'd prefer to see an inside trading day, pull back in, and then maybe look to see some strength after that. But overall, if you took the trade, I mean, it looks healthy. I wouldn't get too worried about that one. I would just set my stops and let the dang thing run. All right, so I'm gonna pull up Apple Bookmap because somebody had asked earlier. I'm gonna pull that up now. We'll look at Apple by itself right now. You know what's funny? I posted a chart of Apple, how it can look like a topping like pat, but I gotta show you it actually now. It's pretty funny. What's going on here? Flash crash over. Yeah, we're only down 25 basis points so far. Just floating around the all-time high anchor volume weighted average price on the 5-day moving average, which is still declining, right? So notice how we gapped up, right? But we're above a declining 5-day moving average. So that right there would be bullish, but with caution, right? Because it's still declining. And now, you know, you pull back into it if it starts moving back up, right? Now what I'm looking for is the higher high, higher low. You know, hopefully not that, like, I don't want it to V-shape it right now. I would prefer, you know, a little bit more subtle move. But it looks like it's coming in a little bit here, so keep on watching. Apple's around the daily volume weighted average price, and here's the book map on it. A lot of orders up here at 200, not surprised. That's a big psychological level, and then 195, also not surprised, another psychological level. So not much there. You can see 195 got held up a little bit. So if we break 195, you know, we'll target 50 cents higher to $1 higher. That's Apple Bookmap. Not much going on. The daily time frame, it's coming back into a prior area, right? Prior area, it's a range trade. And what I found, what I was laughing about was go to the daily time frame here on Apple. I want to show you something. I drew this out a long time ago, and then I edited it. What is this? Do y'all remember this? This is funny. So I drew this out like back here, and then it like followed the path of it pretty darn close. So what I did was I was like, wait a second. So the time went by, it kind of broke, but I was like, oh, but if I keep the same pattern and I extend it out further, right? Because time, you know, it's not good with timing, but I was like, holy moly, like this thing actually, like now I can even break it out even a little bit further, right? It's kind of funny. But a Wyckoff distribution, I have to move this out even further. But this is like a Wyckoff distribution pattern, and you know, it's funny because it's on my Twitter if you go way back when and look at it. This has been there, this has been here, this has been here, this has been here, this has been here, but the white line, I just expanded it out is all I did. And I was like, holy cow, it's actually still tracking pretty well, surprisingly. So it's coming up. If it is actually this could be considered an upthrust of distribution, and that's when things potentially break down, but you know, who knows? Who knows? Let's see if I have a picture of it. Wyckoff distribution, Wyckoff. Yeah. No, that's accumulation. The heck? Oh, there it is. So yeah, so you have these buying climaxes. It comes in, the upthrust, you know, upthrust over here. And then you get the weakness. And it was just funny because here's the upthrust and there's the upthrust after the distribution, right? Or expand it out further, right? Maybe we get overtake. Typically it overtakes, the upthrust would overtake this prior one, right? Cancel this. What is this going on? So, I don't know. I thought that was interesting. This is not how I originally drew it out, but if you want to see the original drawing, it was the same look. It was just more squeezed, right? Because I didn't have all the time and space. So now I just extend it out. I'm like, holy cow, it's kind of still tracking. That's kind of interesting. Is it a tradable idea? Okay, so that's that. It's looking like it's bouncing up actually from that little anchor VWAP there. Some people are mentioning Tesla, so we'll pull that up. SPY 15. I mean, to me, it just seems like the market wants to press higher. We're sitting around the gamma flip line right now, people. So this is where dealers still look to buy. I mean, we're basically at it, so it's more neutral than anything. It's kind of in this happy place. Below the opening range, below the daily VWAP on NQ, below the all-time, or the swing high, daily high, anchor VWAP. Still no convergence, so there's just not, the edge ain't quite there yet. It's like, if the edge was there, I'd tell you the edge was there, right? It would show us right here on the chart. I'd be a little bit more excited about it, but right now it's kind of like, eh. My inclination is that we can go higher, you know, like this is a pullback and it will, you know, pop up, but I'd prefer to see some kind of like supportive evidence on our side. Just not there yet. All right, let's look at some of these solar names. Oh, Roblox? Yeah, we can pull up Roblox too. Let's take in a look at Twitch here. DD? Yeah, I can look at DD. No way, Jose. What's up, Tony? What's up, AA? Okay. All right. Let's take a look at some of these solar names. FSLR. Yeah. FSLR was on the tight list a week back or so. Either here or right here, one of the two. And then we saw a nice explosive breakout. Right now it's consolidating again. Would I enter right here? Nah, I'd look at some other opportunities. Maybe end phase, maybe. Take a look at end phase. Kind of got extended here too, but it's also tightening up. So this could be a potential opportunity. All the moving averages are getting coiled up here too as well. So I'd prefer to see a pullback and then tighten up. But I mean, it's constructive so far. Let's look at TAN, which is a solar energy ETF. I'm sure that if you bring up like the monthly time frame for these things, like some large time frame, they probably look pretty good, right? But on the daily, you know, kind of extended. So, and it's in a declining 200-day. So I'd still prefer more constructive type of moves before I wouldn't feel comfortable entering here because I don't want it to go down 6% on me. I'd prefer to just wait to see price action actually consolidate a little bit better than that and give it some time. These names are hard. Like, look at this tight contraction. This was actually more bearish to neutral, right? And then it broke down and then we recovered. Somebody had mentioned SIG. Yeah, another one that I'd probably just wait for consolidation. This looks nice. Like, we just broke out of for a new high. Today, we just hit a new high for the year. It's never really necessarily bearish. But would I enter here after a strong move like that? I would not. And you go back on the weekly time frame, take a look here. So if you're a longer term investor, right, you can look at this and be like, oh, we're starting to break out. Okay, cool. And then you got to make sure your position makes sense to like where a stop would be, right? Because it looks incredible on the weekly time frame. It looks like a gigantic weekly cup and handle, right? Here's your cup, and then here's, you know, your handle. It's breaking out of that base. So if you structure your trade looking at the weekly time frame to reduce some of that noise, I mean, it totally makes sense. Just understand that, hey, you might go down in the position a little bit, maybe even back to 100, who knows, maybe more. And then it might take some time. You might get caught up in it, or it goes up and then it comes back down, and then it like wears you out a little bit before it makes its next leg higher. So overall, though, I mean, you know, weekly time frame, this is the chart that I would look at. Signet Jewelers, right? Weekly time frame, and I'd be like, yeah, if I enter in, I'm gonna have a stop down here, and I'm just gonna hold on to it, and I'll make the position so it's like, okay, that's a 14% drop from there or whatever to get stopped out, or 15%. So I'm gonna make sure that like I'm not taking a full size position in something like that. I'll build into it when the opportunities arrive. It might be a starter position, and then if we come in a little bit, I might, and then we come in a little bit and we tighten up and see some strength, I'd be looking to build into that. But it would start off like, because if I get hit right out of the gate, I ain't trying to lose 14% on a single position, on a full-size position for me. on a full size. I'd be fine with a third, a starter position. You know, losing 15% on a starter position is whatever to me. You know, I take those all the time. Call them paper cuts. I'm fine with getting paper cutted. All right, let's take a look at DD. Is that DuPont? Yeah, it's DuPont. Weekly time frame. Okay, so we DuPont doesn't look all too bad here either. You guys are showing some good names, man. You guys are getting really good at this. Nice little breakout here. We haven't had necessarily a significant back test. I will say the last candle was a little bit of an indecision candle. So you get an authoritative candle, you get a little bit bigger body, smaller bodies going up here, and then you get a very small indecisive candle. So it looks like on the weekly time frame, even though this is an inside trading week, looking at some indecision here. The daily time frame, consolidating, right? It's consolidating. So for me, the entry is not right here, but it could very well shape up to look like that here in the very near future. We're below the 5-day moving average, but not by much. I'll give it a little bit more time for me personally on something like this, and even on this name, it just feels more like a longer term type of play, looking at this chart on the weekly. So if you do like trade into this, like the stop loss would be at this swing low down here, which would be what? About a 10%, 11% drop. So I'd structure the position like that if you were to enter in. But if it comes back in, look for a reconnect of the 10-week moving average and then seeing strength from that level. In this market, you really need to get really tactical on entries. And if you're not getting very tactical on entries, if you want to just throw some positions out there, just make sure your sizing is accurate to deal with that type of stuff. But it's starting to look constructive there. So, I mean, you guys are pulling up good names. I mean, they aren't bad. The weekly time frame on Palantir is getting incredibly tight. And I will say this does not look bad, right? I mean, okay, I can see both ways. People say, but it reversed on earnings and now it's bear flag. Yeah, true. But the trend is still up. Now, if I zoom in here, it's above a rising 40 week. It's above the 30 week. So on Palantir, it'd be pretty simple, right? If I enter in right now on my position without seeing the strength, I'd be stopped out right down here, right on this weekly time. Like, boom, it hits me out, whatever. And then if it turns back up, I might look to buy into it. Okay. Or if I'm not entering in right now, I'd be like, okay, if it reclaims the 10-week moving average. So for example, Monday's high, if we start breaking above that, that looks pretty good because look at the prior weeks here. It's getting very, very tight on a weekly time frame. Okay. So yeah, this looks like it can very well start to see an expansionary move here in the very near future. The daily time frame, it's a little noisy, right? With our earnings way up here, then it comes back in. And notice here that like you can see the high, the lower highs, right? The kind of lower high, actually hit a higher high right there. Sort of, basically lower highs, and the bulls are kind of holding up their camp here at like 2050-ish, 2050. So 2050 gives way. Potentially look for a reconnect of the 200-day, and then look for strength to turn back up, right? This is the 50-day moving average, which is necessarily the 10-week moving average. It's getting ready for a move. It is probably be quite explosive of a move just by looking at this. And I think that it could be on the weekly time frame, could be quite bullish actually. Could be quite bullish on a breakout. On a breakdown, just let it break. Let it break, respect the break. It did the same thing here, pulled back into it, and then we saw an explosive move here, right? I think that was earnings. So, Palantir. Path, Path, there was some news on Path, right? Kathy Wood bought it like the day before earnings or the day.
Logic Mark,
like
LGMK, the penny stock. They've received the notice of allowance for the U.S. patent for
these type of
environment
things are a
sensing
little
for care
freaky to me. Like
systems.
I'm not excited. Like, yeah, can we bounce?
golf mic will peel
Absolutely. Do I want to trade a bounce? Nah, I don't. I don't want to trade the bounce. If I do trade the bounce, it'd be waiting for the 5-day moving average to catch up to price, wait for it to flatten out, wait to turn it back up, and seeing some sort of constructive move there. you can look at this and be like, oh, there's a positive divergence on the RSI, a positive divergence on the PMO. Are we going to bounce? Yeah, probably going to be right. We'll probably get a bounce. But like, if I were to trade this right now, I'd say my position size would be super tiny, given the context and the pressure to the downside. Because I ain't about that. And you can see my point here. Like, look at Lulu. Once again, look at Lulu. We gapped down. People are like, oh, is it the opportunity now? Oh, now we're starting to see green. Oh, no, yeah. And even here we were talking about it on lives or on video or whatever. And we said, yeah, but if it breaks down, respect it. Boom, cracked. So I think the opportunities for bounces are there, but just understand that, hey, if Lulu can do it, Path can do it, and continue to break down too. Like a lot of these dogs, like look at Snow. Is Snow turning around at all today? Look at Snow. Snow looked very constructive here, but we were coming into earnings, so I couldn't trade it, right? And then it gapped or moved up on earnings. And everyone was like, hell yeah, dude, it's breaking out. And I was like, man, of course this happens on earnings, right? So I missed the trade. Well, in hindsight now, it's like, well, good thing I missed the trade because it would have ended up, I would have ended up probably getting stopped out. But, you know, if I would have held it, then obviously it'd be way down here. But look at this constructiveness, and then it broke down, right? So this, you don't want to get caught in that. You want to just get out, and if it turns back around, great. Play the U-turn. Let price determine, you know, everything. You got to respond and react to price. Like, so I traded MRK. Here's Merck. Let me show you my trade. So Merck, or however you pronounce it, healthcare name was getting incredibly tight here. So you have a low, a higher low, a higher low, and then you got very, very tight here. So on this day over here where this white line's at, I played the breakout, and it looked good, and it came back in. And I was like, okay. And then this day over here stopped me out, right? I just had a very tight stop on my position. And I was like, okay, if it turns back around, I'm going to go for it again. And it dropped, right? So contraction leads to expansion, expanded to the downside. Now we're seeing it come back up. So what? Right? Like, I'm going to wait. And if it comes back up, it tightens up, I'll just re-enter. That's how I'll do it. So a lot of people say, show your losses, show your losses. It's like, dude, my losses are super boring. Even my wins, like, it's just managing risk. Like, so yeah, what was this loss? 1.5% loss, and that was on a full position. I could have gave it more room, to be honest. I could have. It's just on my breakout day, it closed at the low of day, and I was like, oh gosh, gross. On the breakout day, I want to see it close at the high. And it did not. It did not. Oh, that's a good point there, AA. So there's those. Somebody had mentioned Roblox, and I'll go back into the chat, pull up some other names, and we'll see if there's any opportunities intraday. Roblox, I'm a little hesitant on Roblox until they get some of their internal stuff worked out. There's some like weird stuff with the game and like people that play it that I'm not too familiar with, but I've seen some stuff and I'm like, like if the trade sets up, maybe I'll trade it, but and look at our earnings came out and kind of this big gap down. Now, just from a technical basis, it got very tight right here and we're starting to see it move up, but it's in bearish context, right? We gapped down. Whoa. We gapped down, we tightened up, and we started to move out of it. So the short-term trend, the medium-term trend is down. The longer term is neutral, right? You go to the weekly time frame, it's been going sideways for a long time. Decline, sideways. So if they get a lot of this like stuff figured out and make it safer game for children to play, I think there could be eventually opportunities there. Because, right, this could just be a long-term base. You know, long-term base, the longer the base, it could go higher in space. But it still's got a long way to work itself out. So if you look here on the weekly time frame, right, we had this earnings move down, and now it's just getting very tight and flagging out. Doesn't mean you can't go higher and come back up, right? It most likely could because it's just a neutral trend. So I'm not really into touching this one at the moment. Yeah, okay, let's look at some of this stuff. Am I familiar with market profile and Jim Dalton? Rooster, no. I mean, market like volume shelves, or what do you mean by market profile? Maybe not. But I feel like I am, but for some reason I'm kind of drawing a little bit of a blank of what it is. Like when I think market profile, I think of like volume profile.
KAI, Cadence acquiring Dynamics Sealing Technologies, expanding its flow control
GPS.
segment.
GPS looks
India for 55 million.
GPS looks killer, right? Obviously, big strong move, but I'm not going to chase it up here. I would strong stocks get stronger. So now what you do is now I wait for the flag consolidation. So this would be on the radar for sure.
Initial findings from
GPS strong move. Other retail name. What happened to Levi?
Studies and treatment of congenital.
Yeah, Levi, same situation. ANF, Abercrombie Fitch. Look at this one's actually huge. Freaking crazy, dude. Now this one's flagging out, consolidating. So this could be one to watch. The real here, it is consolidating. You know, some other retail names there for you.
Their main new car sales.
Just look at XRT.
6%
XRT. Crazy nice move on XRT and retail names. So, what is let me analyze this. Oh, that's okay. Big move today was GME, ANF. That's the weighting on these. Boot Barn, Dick's. By the way, dude, I went to Dick's Sporting Goods the other day. I immediately said to myself, when I saw the line, I was like, holy cow, I'm going to play the next consolidation breakout. And the reason why is I had no idea that it was that popular of a store. And mind you, it's just one store. It was out in Roseville, California. Holy cow, dude. There was a 25-yard line. I had no idea that this place was, and maybe it's summertime, people are gearing up for sports, but I was literally blown away. Now, the service was decent in one section, but the other section, dude, this guy looked at me like he didn't, like it just sucked, like horror, like he was like such a butt to me, man. It was so weird. Like the shoe area, I was like, went in because you had to like type into the kiosk. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You just pick your shoe, you go to the kiosk, and then you scan it, and then you put in your color shirt, and then they come out to you, and they're like just standing there. They look at their like little hand thing, but they don't look at me. And I'm like, and I just kind of like sitting there with my baby, and I like walk up. I'm like, hey, I typed in the kiosk thing or whatever. After 10 minutes went by the way. So I'm like super patient, just sitting there chilling. And then he like looks at me with like a disgust. He was like, let me see. And he looks at it and he was like, hold on. And then he gets the shoe, comes back, and he throws it on the bench and turns around before it even lands on it. I'm like, bro, just having a bad day, dude. I know I didn't do anything, man.
The allergy immunotherapy business.
Crazy. Just people, man. Just... Bruh, if you don't want to be there, just, take a walk, take a break, get some air, because you never know who you're talking to, right? Now I'm a nobody, but you never know, dude. It could be a huge opportunity. Like when I worked at Verizon, when I was in the retail section, you know who one of my customers was? Back in 2014, had no idea who it was. Guess who it was? Two big ones. One. It was a world-renowned art dealer. He was an ass, but he was super wealthy and he was cool to me, except he always had problems, so that sucked. But the CEO of Netflix was based out of San Jose, but I believe lived in Santa Cruz, so he shopped at the store. No idea was working with him. They're like, after like you leave or whatever, or working with his like I forget who it was, but they were there. Crazy, just crazy, dude. So yeah, put on a good smile. You never know who you're working with. Like most people, like at least in Santa Cruz, when I was in Santa Cruz, you can never judge a book by its cover, because the shaggier and the grosser that they look, the more money that they have. that's just the truth of Santa Cruz for the most part, right? You get some just like haggard looking person. It's like part of the O'Neill family, right? If you know O'Neill, the surf brand or whatever, it's like, of course. And they're always nice, dude. That's the ocean life out there, man. It's crazy. Bro hates his job. Yeah, no, he really did. He really does. I don't know, like, I don't know why. Like, why, man? It looked pretty chill, to be honest. You hanging out there with some buddies, some workers, or whatever. The rich don't have to dress to impress. Yeah, they do not. They prefer just walking around all like, yeah, hilarious. It was a cool thing about like working there is that was when I worked in a store. Most of my career I didn't work actually in a store. But when I did start out, it was yeah, just a lot of people. Meet a lot of people. So why did I leave Santa Cruz for Sacramento? I know, huh? It was actually Capitola that I was in, which is even cooler in my opinion. A little bit more calm. I live right by the village, Cap Village. Yeah, let's take a look at the market here. I didn't leave Capitola for Sacramento. I left Capitola, Santa Cruz for Oregon for work to take on a bigger role. And I worked out there for 2 years. And then I came back into Sacramento to be with family, be by all my family. Because even Santa Cruz was like a couple hours away from them. So yeah, that's Dick's Sporting Goods. Let's take a look at Deck. Yeah, Deck looks pretty similar, pretty good. Very strong, my gosh. But I would still wait for the consolidation there. And then TJX. What was the one that got cracked? Like cracked pretty hard. Was it Kohl's or something? Yeah, TJX looks strong too. A lot of these retail names, man, they're looking good. Just I'll prefer to see some consolidations. Was it KSS? Yeah, Kohl's got. Look at Kohl's. Like it gapped way down. This thing is ripping back. Something to maybe potentially watch. Can't say the same for like Ulta, right? We gapped on earnings, came back down. Ulta, right, and Lulu, right? None of these retailers are poo-pooing so far. We have earnings coming up there. Williams-Sonoma was one that's been doing pretty crazy good. Earnings, talk about a big reversal on earnings. eBay broke out and it's getting a little wobbly here where you can shake out, but it's overall holding up quite nicely. Etsy, not much going there. Here's one that Marcus Lemones and something, what's his name? Lemones and then Rhodes or something like that. Kind of big names in the industry, dude. They've been trying to talk up this stock and bro, this ain't looking hot. But it might. This is Beyond. Not Beyond Meat, but Beyond, like Bed Bath & Beyond was bought out by like Overstock. Or wait, no, O.co. I don't know how it works, man. I don't know what happened. But then they have like this thing called like T0 or I don't know. But all I know is this, is the chart was looking good and then it was not. So maybe perhaps this turns around in the near future. Maybe this is an opportunity. I will say it got back above the 5-day moving average right here. Okay. So if it can hold and start to flatten out and move up, maybe Beyond, BYON, could be setting itself up for a nice little bounce here in the short term in bearish context. Boot Eater, what happened to BRK? BRK, it was just a glitch. Nothing happened there. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Mr. J Dunks? Welcome here, man. Apex, cool. I got a denial on Apex for dollar cost averaging. So the one that's never had a problem is Top Step. So people had asked me for my affiliate code and stuff like that on Apex, and I've never shared one because they keep on changing backdoor rules, and it's getting to the point where I'm quite irritated with it. And in recent days, I've been trading my account, my personal account, significantly more. But I've been still trialing these out. Now I'm trialing one that an account that's built, or that it's from the co-founder of Fivers, the 5%ers, which has been around for a while. It's a pretty reputable one, and I'm trialing out their company, and they trade stocks, which is kind of cool. So I'm giving that a shot. But the payout, like this one, it does seem a lot more legit as far as like the payout structure goes, because you definitely don't make like 90-10 or 80-20. It's like 70-30 sort of thing. But I'm giving it a shot, seeing how that works out. Because I've always preferred specifically trading equities more. It's just always been my thing in swing trading. But yeah, WBA is crap. Yeah, WBA is kind of all over the place. PVH. It's a little crazy for me. I don't know what this whole thing was right there on PVH. But I will say that, you know, we had a nice little breakout of this short term right here, which is nice, but I'd prefer to see it come back in. Like, I'm not going to enter into a position right up here. But if you are looking at this and you like had an entry and you played it for the move out, we do have, is earnings report already? So it's a dividend maybe, and earnings played out already. Maybe that was earnings. I don't really know. It's not a horrible looking chart. It's just, or was this earnings? That gap down is a little freaky. The big thing that happened here in these markets are like, take a look at Salesforce, man. This is big because Salesforce is a huge company. What is this, like $200 billion market cap or something like that? And this thing just got smothered. And it'd be interesting to look more into this, but it's like you think like, okay, and think about the S&P 500. A lot of the companies in the S&P 500 use Salesforce. Right? So if a lot of companies are dumping out on Salesforce and not using it because of AI and using other products, it could be something to watch here because CRM, like I said, Verizon used it, Amazon uses it. I know engineers that work on Salesforce and build out all their infrastructure, like for their CRM, you know? No, CRM, you know what I mean? If you know CRM.
MBOT, Microbiome Medical, announcing a $2.35
big hit there was
registered
pretty
direct
wild.
offering priced at the market. Michael Bravo, Oscar Tango.
Is SPY frozen? I don't think so. No, SPY's moving for me. SPY's sitting at around the lows of the trading session. Let's take a look here. We are still, if we look at ES
MBOT
Bookmap, kind of just sitting here at this 52.75 level. Take a look at, we did start getting a little convergence, but nothing yet, really. It came in, it went up, and now it's back down. 527 is a level that looks like it would be a repelling price. And we're below the declining 5-day moving average, and we're still kind of floating around there, and the swing high anchored VWAP. So when I'm looking at this for the shorter term traders, like, so for me, for example, like, you know, if there was a trade right now set up and to go, I'd be like, okay, let's hit it. I'd tell you that I'd try to do it, but right now, it's just not interesting to me. Maybe if we do come down to this daily expected move, I'd look for some strength and maybe play it back up. Because really, all I'm seeing here is a pullback after a strong move. That's all I'm seeing. Okay? But remember, the 5-day moving average, it is declining, so I'd like to see that turn back up and reclaim some of these levels. So it's kind of a patient game. Most of the stuff I sold out at the entry and at the start of the day. You know, Salesforce sucks. It's just because it was first. Yeah, that makes sense. ServiceNow is one of the first good ticketing tools. Salesforce. ServiceNow is, I'm unfamiliar with ServiceNow. I'm unfamiliar with that, but I'm pretty familiar with Salesforce. I had to use it. Oh, sheesh. Here it goes. There goes to the daily expected move, people. Okay, we're coming into the 0-date level, 52.55 here. So now, and then NQ is seeing some volume to the downside. So now I would say, let's see if we can see some strength. Now, understand, we're in negative gamma territory in the short term. This is where selling begets selling, buying begets buying. Lower support is still at 5,200. So now I'm starting to look to see if we can find any sort of signs of strength here in the near future. Remember, 68% of the time we close within the daily expected move or weekly expected move, right? If you're thinking in terms of probability. So the higher probability is that we come back in, okay? The 2 sigma move is even a higher probability. The lower level is 521.95.
Markets probing fresh lows here, down more than 300 points now
here
on the Dow, and 22.
So 95% chance that we'll close above that.
54.
Okay. But interesting day. Interesting day. We're coming down to the lower daily expected move. I find it interesting too, as we're coming back down, notice that market net flow is actually a bullish divergence. We just don't have the convergence, right? So to me,
gold futures
it means it could set up for the bounce. But I'm just kind of saying, be patient.
63.
I'm going to remove this line. I don't know what that was for. I forget what that was for. Okay. Hey, Darren, thanks, man. Thanks for the super chat. You didn't need to do that. I really appreciate that. Darren, if you're not in the Discord, and it's that you just paid, like, gave me a month of service in there. So I appreciate that, but just know, man, it's only $9 a month in the Discord if you're not in there, and that's a full month in there. It's not an alert service, but I give all kinds of data in there too as well. It's a way to reach me a little bit easier too. I calculate the earnings expected moves myself. Sorry, I don't calculate them myself. I get them from a third party. I enter them into my sheets. I pull them on Thinkorswim, and I have a video, Rico, that shows you how I do it. And if you want to calculate them yourself, it's very easy to do so. I also explain that in the video. All right, somebody had mentioned Tesla was dumping, so we'll take a look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla down about 60 basis points. Tesla, man, I traded Tesla. I'm out of it again. I traded it over here and played this breakout. And it's kind of annoying because I was literally considering taking some of the profits off. And then I came back in and I put my stop under this and I got stopped out. So that kind of annoyed me. But I looked at this as getting very tight here. And the breakout happened. It was great. And it still may, because if I look at this, it's still actually getting pretty tight here, right? It's still contracting, still an opportunity. It just, this big breakout day got completely faded and then I got stopped out. I wouldn't be stopped out actually if I had my stop a little bit lower. It's just the breakout day. I was like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna play this follow through. So I'll update my stop. And 2 days later, I got whacked right back. But overall, I mean, Tesla, look at the 50-day. It's holding that. It's holding this. If you have a stop down here, right, you're still in the trade too as well, that was the initial stop. And then the breakout day, I just upped it and I got shooken out for I don't know, maybe a buck or two loss. Yeah, like a 0.82% or something like that. So I might look back into that, but right now I'm just chilling. All right, so we're right there. We're at the daily expected move. This is the happy place right now for the SPY. If we get more sell side, I mean, it would be pretty crazy, but the weekly expected move, right, is down here at 521.11. And that would, if we did do that, that would wipe away pretty much the entire move that we saw on Friday's close. We're below the 52.55. Let's take a look at 0-date level. Once again, I'm just kind of just sitting here on my, hands on my butt on my hands or whatever you want to call it. 52.55 is still the put wall, so trading in around there, and then 5,300 is the call wall. So that's actually still. That is it. This is it. 52.55 for the day, for the 0-date day. For net, it's I think 5,200. Yeah, net would be 5,200. Okay. Where's the line at? Hey, Curtis, what line? Oh, are you saying this one right here or this one down here? Oh, wait, sorry, my bad. I forgot that I'm on camera. 5,200 is up here. That's 5,200. This is 52.55. So this is the 0-date put wall right now. Ass hands all day. Jeez. XLE is down 2.7%. Yeah, let's take a look at some of these sectors. Yeah, man. Biotech's up, gold's up, healthcare's up, silver's up, high yield's up. Well, I don't know what's going on with this chart. I don't know what's up with that. I gotta look into what I'm getting tripped out here a little bit on that. And it's even interesting because the dollar's down and the yields are down. Well, let's take a look and see the updated, and then you got big tech down. So I want to take a look at Nvidia because at the beginning of this, yeah, yields down, 10-year yields down. At the beginning of this show, we pointed out Nvidia saying it hasn't really even moved. Yeah, Nvidia hasn't really moved. I guess it did this break right here. But man, if Nvidia breaks, that could be quite atrocious to see some more volatility in the overall markets. So let me go to Market Watch tab, see what's going on. We have Google's down about 0.5%. Apple's up. Microsoft got down, but then you're getting a lot of red across the board over here. So Nvidia is really holding things up here. Yeah, the weakness of last week. Yep. I mean, we're in negative gamma. This is where selling but gets selling. So just, I mean, like I said, if we had an edge right now, I'd tell you what it is. I wouldn't even say the edge is shorting right now. That goes back to when I said it earlier. Over here, I wouldn't really short here. And yeah, if you shorted, you got stuck in a sideways chop, but it followed through to the downside for a little bit. But I'm not interested in catching that move. I prefer to just not trade than try to catch every move. The GDP numbers, yeah. We did get some GDP numbers. U.S. Atlanta GDP now Q2 1.8, previous was 2.7. Let's see. Was that like a forecast or something that came out or something? Or maybe let me trade the news. Construction spending at 7. Got PMI. I'm not seeing. And then Treasury. I'm not seeing that. Maybe that was like U.S. Atlanta Fed GDP. Oh, GDP now. Duh. Oh my God. My bad, dude. I wasn't reading the that portion of it. Hey guys, give me a second. Give me a second. I gotta go say bye to my wife and child. There's been some stuff going on, and he's gonna go to the doctor to get it checked out. And it only allows one parent to be there. Give me 1 second. Yo, I'm back. Sorry about that. Take a look at. Yeah, give me a second here. Somebody's asking about it.
For HCSG, providing an update on client restructuring and affirming cash flow forecast for fiscal year. Hotel Charlie Circle.
Okay. The pineapple. LJ knows. The pineapple under the sea. Today, people, we're in a pineapple under the sea. Although now we'll probably rock it. No, I'm just saying. Yeah, we still have that bullish divergence here on market net flow. But we've had pretty much no convergence. You can see we got a little convergence right here. Kind of this little area right here. Kind of went up. More went sideways. Then we lost it again and started going right back down. That's where you can have contra moves. So it really is just a time to be patient here. We're below the daily expected move. We're not even far off the weekly expected move, which is crazy for the first day of the trading week. My apologies. Say goodbye to Friday's gains. Yep. So now I think what we can do is I can anchor a volume weighted average price to the week to date high. I'll just put on a week to date anchored VWAP actually. It's pretty much close enough. And it's declining. So now it's really just kind of a patient and waiting game. I mean, this could change really quickly, right? Over here, we're looking to see if we can see strength after this. And we kind of did, right? But it followed through to the downside. That's why we're kind of just being patient. And now we broke through the daily expected move. And remember, there's always a higher probability that we come back into the daily expected move. That is the daily. The weekly, I find to be more important. But yeah, that's where we are right now. That's just where we are. So let it play out. Let's take a look at NQ. NQ sitting roughly at the lows of the trading session too. Let's pull up some of these other names. Let me first look at ES on the book map. Getting some supportive bids down here, but who knows if that'll get filled. See if there's anything beneath us. Got 53.15 above us. That's actually not that many contracts. Yeah, this is it's a wild little trading session. I'm gonna pull up some of my names that I've been keeping an eye on, see if anything opens up, but I haven't really seen any alerts come through for me. And honestly, it's just kind of one of those days, right? This happens sometimes. I know most people will be like, trade, what can we buy? What can we do? What can we do? Sometimes it's just good to just chill. As boring as it is, that doesn't mean it always gonna be like this. That mean that always gonna be like this. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there's a lot of names that are looking like they're ready to move. Shut chuckies. Wait a second. I thought we pulled this one up earlier. That's why somebody pulled it up for me. PJT. Oh no, we didn't pull it up earlier. Okay. PJT. I'm just looking at some of my names. I'm seeing what's the look like for the day. DIY looks like it could be setting up again. This is one that I traded earlier this year. I played the breakout over here and got a nice big move on it, but DIY, although China names are kind of coming off, but it's holding this lower trend line here pretty closely, and it's pulling back into the 50-day, 10-week. So if we can come back up around this high about like what, 465 maybe-ish, right around there, and start breaking above that, maybe that breaks this little downwards trend and we go right, try to make another move for it, for DIY. I posted this in the trade ideas, DOCN. This is a Digital Ocean. It's down on the day, but what I did like here was, well, the 50 days declining. It was above the 20-day, and we saw right here some good volume, and then up here we saw some good volume, and then volume started drying up a little bit. Today has a bearish outside trading day, so I'd still be patiently waiting to see if we actually can break the top up here at 37. But this one, I just like how it kind of pulled in nicely here. Overall, I mean, the trend is pretty neutral, but seeing some volume here, flagging out. And then if it breaks down from here, I'd just give it more time and just let it set up. But yeah, right around here, even right here would have been probably a good entry, but then a reverse on itself. So right around here, stop would be down here. And then I would just target
Paramount
measured
PARA,
move.
latest reports saying Skydance reportedly offered $23 a share for Paramount voting stock, Pop Alpha Romeo Alpha. Skydance offer to be made to non-Redstone Class A shareholders, according to the report for Paramount. We did see an earlier.
Anthony, that's a good question. So he asking about log charts, but on a daily time frame.
For Paramount.
So this is the daily time frame. So by daily time frame, you mean each candle's a day.
Monthly metrics.
I do on occasion if there's been a very dramatic move and I got to keep an eye on it. But if I'm only looking at like a few months of data, like 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, I don't really use the log chart because I want to see the equal dollar amount on the right hand side to make it easier for me to structure a trade. When I use log, it's typically like I'll go out into like the weekly time frames or longer term daily time frames, like where I see much more data on the chart to get an idea of the trend and the power of the trend. But when I like intraday, I'll use regular, just like, you know, not log arithmetic or whatever it is. Arithmetic, where I can see equal dollars on the side of the chart, right? Versus the percentage. So that's what I would do. Like a lot, like if you don't use a log when you're looking at long-term charts, you can make the charts look very dramatic, right? When they're not really supposedly that dramatic. So I think it's longer term. I think you should pay attention to the log, and then shorter term time frames. Not like when I say time frames, I don't mean daily, monthly, whatever. I mean just like shorter periods of time that you're encapsulating on the chart. Like I don't think that there's like, if I'm looking here at just the year to date, I don't think there's a need to put on a log chart, right? I'm looking at, I see equal dollar amounts between the side of me, and that's it. But there's no right or wrong way. You know, don't feel like there's a right or wrong way. It really comes down to what works best for you. I know people that look at the daily time frame and they look at log charts, but they also look at like longer periods of time, and they trade off the weekly. So or they trade off the daily, but they look at the weekly for the setup. It just depends. It just all depends, man. But for me personally, I did what I said. Let's take a look at Visa. Yeah, Visa at the lows of the day. Yeah, not exactly something that I want to get into right here, despite even being able to potentially see a bounce. Man, today's just one of those days. So hopefully, I mean, if you didn't make money, hopefully you didn't lose it, right? Because today was kind of one of those sit on the hand days. We're still holding up this liquidity down here. Potentially a little bounce area. Like I said, if that holds, right, the higher probability is still coming into the daily expected move. All right, so. And remember, the last trading day, we actually kind of like went down like this, and then we started ripping up higher towards the close. I don't know. Maybe I'll put on a trade. Intraday trade. Screw it, you know? Scroobs it. Probability trade. Just not using Robinhood to do it. All right, so since we're outside of here, I just put on a little position for intraday to play it back up, And if it's small enough to even if I come out to the weekly expected move, it's not even that big of a deal, but I don't think I'm gonna let it go down there. Just on SPY. Intraday trade. Just a probability trade. Now, looking at the probabilities, right? Yeah, probabilities from an expected move standpoint, but understand market net flow. There is no convergence, so that's not good. Bullish divergence, but no convergence. We're under the 52.55, and that's still the put walls come right back up there. I mean, it's gonna it to me makes sense. Even coming potentially back up to the gamma flip line. It's just you're at this critical point. Like I said, there's degrees that you can move from these lines, and if you think of gamma like kind of like this bell curve. Once you're in the safe spot, like you can come up to it. Oh, you break from it, but then you come back in. You're kind of trading. But when you really start to break from these levels, you can kind of see explosive moves. And then you add to that we're below the gamma flip line. That's where dealers sell into selling. They buy into buying, and you could get even much more volatile price swings. So to see snapbacks or further selling, it's kind of one of those, pick your poison. So when I pick my poison, I'm like, okay, well, the higher probability is basically back up to the daily expected move, maybe in the 5-day moving average and the swing high anchored VWAP. That's a higher probability. If I look at market net flow, it's actually not bearish, right? The red line's not up and the green line's not down. And it's not red or, whatever. It's actually bullish divergence and gray here. So I would say the higher probability for me would be looking for a move back up. That would be my assumption. But what's my conviction, right? So now that would be my assumption. What's my conviction? It's not 100%. I'd say it's like a little bit more than 60%, or 68%, 70, 75%. So then I'd say, okay, well, I'll take a trade and I'll try to play it back up. But the position size will dictate my level of comfortability, right? So like I said, I'm long. I put in a little position for a bounce move, and I'll exit it if I'm wrong. It's simple as that. And the size of it, it's an intraday size. It's decent size, but it's not nothing crazy, right? Volatility comes back in, I'll get out. Where can that potentially be? I don't know. If it breaks probably this level down here, right? I'm not in the pineapple anymore, am I? Good. Can't be. I can't be in the pineapple if I'm trying to go long. Sheesh. Can't be in the pineapple trying to go long. Oh, my coffee. I forgot about my coffee. Oh, it's cold. Why am I drinking it still? Oh, also for more context, I'm up on the day, right? So I'm up on the day. So now I'm just taking a stab knowing that I'm up. So if I was flat or not up on the day, I would also consider that too as well, all right? So even a losing trade for me here, I'd still finish up on the day, which is nice. So there's so many different factors. And I feel like all these factors got to be disclosed if you're trading live. It's so hard to trade live because you don't want people to just copy things. You want them to look at their situation, look at your situation, not just like, oh, he went long, so I go long. Oh, he's going long, I'm going to go all in. Like, no. It never works out that way. Ever. If it did, people would be doing it all the time and doing great. But that's never the case. You got to make it your own. Oh, hey, Ref. We'll pull up the Sailor to Ship tool. I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder on the Sailor to Shift tool. Let's take a look here. I'm going to try to get a... Wait, what the... My bad. Give me a second here. I'm going to try... Because it doesn't update till the end of day, the gold contract. The continuous gold contract. But I'll change it to GLD, which will give us an idea of where it's actually going to be. So we closed the week above the 0 line, so it's still on a buy signal, buy trigger. Let's see where we are intraday. And then we'll have to update it later. But if I look at GLD, yeah, no, it looks good. Looks cool. Boom. So this is using GLD instead of the continuous contract, but it's pointing up still. Still on a buy signal, buy trigger. There it is. Yeah, thanks, Miner. 273 people watching. A couple likes. Yeah, hit the like button, people. Help me out. That's how you help the stream. It's crazy. I should probably point that out more often. It doesn't take any effort to hit the like button, but it takes a lot of effort to be here for hours on end, pulling up charts and doing all this. And I don't make any money by YouTube doing this. Maybe 12 bucks. Just so y'all know. People always think, oh, yeah, you make that YouTube money. Yeah, YouTube money sucks. Just saying. At least on my channel. Give me a second here. I gotta read this. Give me a second here. Oh, man, this health insurance crudge. So annoying. It's like, it's not showing up at our healthcare system, but it's there. Thanks, Curtis. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry. The West Coast kills me. Yeah, I know. It's pretty tough on the West Coast for the times. Hey, thanks, Gianni. I appreciate that, bud. Try to do what we can there. Thanks, Craig. Oh, man. I hate dealing with health insurance. Should probably call to verify, but give me a second. I gotta call just to make sure. I don't want them to just F us right now. We have a pretty big thing going on here with our child. And if it's showing that, like, it's their end, it doesn't show the health insurance, but on our end, it's definitely there, and we've been paying it, which bugs me to high heavens. And I do not want to get a bill for what's about to take place and try to figure that out, because it will be, I would only imagine, absolutely ridiculous. So give me a second. I got to make this call. Pump, pump, pump it up. Oh my goodness. Got a 10 to 15 minute hold time. Oh, brother, man. All right. I'm gonna, give me a second. Ten to 15 minute hold time, man. All right, so I guess I'll just chill here.
295 million in revenue. This is a
Wish they could just call back.
estimate. Bravo, India Gulf and Trans.
I'm not gonna wait. I'll keep an eye here. Do 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 do. That whole time music, man, just kills me. All right, we're just chopping around here still, near the lows of the trading session. Down 66 basis points outside of the daily expected move. Still getting sell side. Oh, let's take a look at chat, see what we got going on here. Take a look at GME. Yeah, let's take a look at these squeezy names. Oh, wait. Up 30% on the trading session. Rather flat-footed. Sold off hard at the beginning. Calm down. We gearing up for another run here? Last time, remember last time, it actually started moving up higher at the close or even into the close, or after the close too. AMC, anything, man, is anything opening up. I do actually have, I can probably look into this. Let me see here, I forgot that I have this. Subscribe to view. Delayed. Why is it saying delayed? It shouldn't be a delay. I'm here. why it's not working. Do 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 do. Best Buy. He said founders dumping shares, 2 million shares. Is that a lot for him? I mean, shoot, the chart looks crazy good. It's all like flagging right here after a very strong move. Was that earnings? That he's just selling into earnings probably. The daily time frame looks extended, that's for sure. SPY's coming down to the lows of day. Dun, dun. Looks like it's going to take out this liquidity. That's kind of where my stop's hiding out at. Might have to re-enter if I get stopped. Look for a new opportunity there. NQ at low of day too. NQ just broke to the lows of the day. Come on, look at mRNA. Yeah, I'll look at mRNA. Let's take a look at mRNA. Looks pretty good. Nice little pattern here on the daily time frame. We broke out. We saw some follow through. Now we're getting pulled back a little bit. So I prefer to see how this kind of sets itself up. Right? The base here is getting a little sloppy, and we saw, you know, pretty big distribution day here. But it pulled into the 20, right? Nice pullback after strength. And then, you know, if we can get some more some tighter price action, could set up for a nice little trade there to follow through. But good breakout there on the daily time frame. It's a good looking chart. Yeah, Best Buy. If you look at the daily time frame, it's a little aggressive of a move. So I wouldn't. If I was trading intraday, it might be a different story. How it's kind of like flagging here, and maybe play a pop to retest the highs of the day. That's always a possibility, but it's kind of got a little extended these last couple of days after earnings. So for me, I wouldn't be buying up in this range. I would be looking for the consolidations. That's what I would do. Did I get stopped out? I don't think I did. That'd be hilarious. Let's take a look here at the SPY. Not yet, I don't think. I don't think I got stopped out yet. I think I'm good. Oh, bro. They can't just call back? My goodness. Do 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 do. Getting a little shaky here. See if anything. I don't have my headset on, so I don't know if any news is coming through. Yeah, I can turn up the volume for what GT, for what part? The no news. I don't think there's really news. The volume for the news should be good enough, but it's not coming through right now because I don't think there was anything reported yet. Merc. I don't know what's going on with Merc? Kind of coming back. Or are you talking about the music? Why am I an active trader?
Can you feel the fire burn? Spark ignites the flame. Should we go our separate ways, or should we just stay the same? And I know that I wasn't really right for you, and I promise that I'm the blame. Just don't go, cause this life isn't right for me, and it's causing me all this pain. Can we start it all over? Can we try it all again? I know that I need us, so let me have one more chance. It's like fire in the rain. It's like fire in the rain. It's like fire in the rain. It's like fire in the rain.
Do 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 do. Sorry, guys and gals. I'm come on now. There we go. All right, guys. I'll be right back.
Can you feel the fire burn? Spark ignites the flame. Should we go our separate ways, or should we just stay the same? And I know that I wasn't really right for you, and I promise that I'm the blame. Just don't go, cause this life isn't right for me, and it's causing me all this pain. Can we start it
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I had to check on my health insurance stuff, make sure it was good for my boy. And it is, it's there, but unfortunately, for some reason, it's not showing up. Apparently, it's getting billed. I'm definitely paying for it. And for some reason, this month, it was almost $700 more, and I don't know why. And now I got to call back the billing section to find out about that. Yay! Stuff that I don't feel like doing. Okay, so yeah, we're getting pretty choppy up here. Honestly, feels like it's going to be breaking down lower, but we haven't broken down quite yet. Let's see. SPY. Still holding this liquidity over here, but it's like barely hanging on. Give them some thoughts on IWM. Yeah, we could do that. Let's take a look. IWM. Dude, that is wild. Man, we can't get some continuation here at all with IWM. And even other names, man. It's been like... Do I ever listen to Dr. D? Like Dr. Disrespect? Or who's Dr. D? Like the streamer? Yeah, we're at the lows for IWM. Yeah, I'm just... This is like step aside. Like I took a shot already on SPY. It feels like I'm going to get stopped out. And if I do, I'll just wait for strength, and I'll still try to look to see if I can play back up. It was a small position. Obviously, intraday. But when I look at IWM, man, it's a little wicked right here. Like, things are a little shaky. Like, I'm not trying to catch the next move. And understand, too, we're below the gamma flip line. Let's see if traders are reaching out at... What the hell's going on here? Let's see if traders are reaching out a little bit lower on the 0 date. See if that's changed at all. 52.55 and 52.50. I mean, still, no, not really. I still think it's going to snap right back up. I still think it's going to snap right back up. I mean, by snap back up, I don't mean like to the highs of day. I'm not guessing that, but I still think it's going to come probably and try to retest the daily expected move. Now, IWM specifically, this one's just getting no love. I'm just not interested in IWM until it sets back up. I've tried to trade this already multiple times. I tried to trade it here. I've tried to trade it, I believe, even here. Man, I just got nowhere, right? Straight chop. Let's look at the 15-minute time frame. 5-day moving average is flattening out. So, I mean, yeah, will it probably bounce? Maybe. Yeah, probably back up to 205, probably around those areas. Right, where a lot of the volume has been traded. The volume shelf for the last 10 days, I believe. 10 days? 15 days. It's right up here at 208. And we're below, kind of right here, the value line. And then we have a little shelf right over here, too, as well. This was an island reversal pattern. Price is coming back in. All right, so let me see here. I mean, we're not, so I'm looking at this little structure here for NQ on the very shorter time frame. Even here, so maybe you can watch a trend like this. Okay, it's getting pretty tight, but you got a low, lower lows. This is technically a higher low. Very short term, I wouldn't read too much into that. And then you have lower highs as well. And then market net flow still been out of convergence basically the entirety of the day. Yeah, it's been trading sideways for a long time. A long time. Man, this health insurance stuff, dude. I swear, if I get billed for this. So my son's been acting like a month ago or so. Pretty scary. Like his eyes started kind of like, he started like blank staring and kind of like his eyes rolling back. Like kind of like all crazy, but it was like, and then you like snap him out of it and he's like, and he snaps out of it. And we looked into it and it potentially like a seizure or seizures. We don't know for sure. but it's been like a month and he hasn't had the issue. So we've had to schedule this CGI thing, and they won't let me go. They only let one parent go. So he's going to be all wired up today, and I just know. And he's been fine. He's super smiley, happy as heck. And I think it could just be that there was time periods where he was very tired. That's what was going on. At least that's what I'm hoping for, because he hasn't been showing any signs of that since it happened. And we brought him to the doctor immediately when that happened. So I think it's all fine. But I just know that this whole process to bring him to do this wired up CGI or whatever it's called, these scans, I just know it's going to be incredibly expensive to do so. And they're kind of like pulling our chain on our health insurance right now. Like, oh no, it shows that we retrodated. You have it there. And then we have Kaiser, and Kaiser's saying, well, I don't see you on the plan. I'm like, dude, someone, you're billing me. How do you not see it? And they're like, well, it's you know, something about your social, it wasn't on here. And it's like, dude, no one gives us a straight answer, and it's just transfer. It's like, my goodness, dude. But yet they'll take money out like back and forth, like easy, money out. They're really quick to do that. Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Luke. Yeah. Like I said, it hasn't been an issue for the last month or so. Plus, he's been fine. Okay. So I really am not worried. I'm pretty optimistic about it. And I from what I've heard and what I've read and what I've seen, a lot of this could be caused from being overtired. And you know, there was times where we had him up, like trying to hold him to a certain time before, you know, to try to get his sleep schedule on point, and that's kind of when it happened. So. Yeah. NQ new lows, still holding these lower, so lower low again, lower highs, still cracking down. Let's see, Bookmap. Bookmap still has some liquidity here. Oh, nope, not anymore. That was fast. That was probably my stop on my position. Yeah. Wild action right now. Take a look at the SPY. Dude, we're not even far from the weekly expected move. What a reversal. Holy macaronis. We haven't seen any strength. The only strength that we've seen was right here, which is I wouldn't even consider strength. It was right by the swing high anchored VWAP and the 5-day moving average, which was declining, right? Start looking for the weekly expected move at this point. Let's see if we're getting anything lower on 0 date. No, we're not. It's so weird to me. I feel like this is just one of those throw up trades right now. Crazy. I'm just happy that I got out of positions. Make sure that I'm out of this one already, just to vilify. God, that was such a small position. It don't even matter. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I am an idiot. Wait, am I? Yeah, I am an idiot. I'm not even going to say what just happened there. No, I think I had it right. Okay. I entered into the wrong position. I thought I entered in the right thing, but it actually went through my old, my other ticker that I was trading earlier. So I was a losing trade, and I didn't get stopped out, but it went lower, obviously, with the market. I was trading MARA, M-A-R-A, earlier in the trading session, and I accidentally, instead of adding to my SPY position, I added to a MARA, or I didn't add to it. I started a MARA position instead of SPY, and it went down. That was my mistake. This is what happens when I try to trade live and pay attention to multiple things at once. But it's out, so is what it is. It's fine. Got too many things going on, man, to pay attention to. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up. All right, so lower weekly expected move, I guess, would be the one to watch in play, or just wait for strength. Like I said, still, I think that the higher probability would be coming up into this range. But man, we're in negative gamma territory. We're below declining 5-day moving average. This is where you get selling into selling, buying into buying. You can get some crazy moves. Just patience. Patience. I'm going to pull up my... I want to see just... I'm still in my Shopify position. I was thinking about getting out of some. See how that's looking now. It's not really moving. Kind of whatever. So I'll just leave it as is. I mean, I can't complain today. I'm just very happy that I got out when I got out earlier in the trading session. I did show my LPG position. I'm gonna just get rid of a little bit more there. I just don't need that position. So I'm selling another half of my LPG position right now. Just trimming it up. If it sets back up, I'll look to re-enter. Shopify, I'm up about 1.5% on a full-size position. I could honestly, probably just trim it or update my stop. This volatility always gets me a little kind of whatever. I just noticed some of this stuff come in right here, some liquidity beneath us. So I'll take another stab at the S&P 500, actually the S&P 500, to go long back into the daily expected move. That would be the trade that I'm watching for. Let me go into a smaller time frame to see if anything's setting up. Yeah, it's not really all that great.
That's the only first repo operation, 63.
I want to see a higher low. I want to see a higher high. I want to see something like that, you know? Something. Show me signs of life. All right, we're getting a little bit of sign of life. We'll see. Any other names that we can pull up? It's by puts. Yeah, the data issues was kind of annoying, huh? I do have the expected news for Q's stock. I'll give them to you in a moment here. Yeah, careful trying to catch a falling knife. Obviously, it's a falling knife. I will say, though, we did just get some liquidity. I mean, it's not crazy orders, but we got this here, and then we got this here. That kind of just came in. And notice right when it came in, we started seeing the bounce. It doesn't mean that, you know, the selling's over, but look at now that it's moving and we're getting some supported bids beneath us. So at least that's a positive sign. Now, if it was bouncing here and all we saw beneath us was just blue water, I'd be like, yeah, careful right here. Careful, careful, right? It doesn't mean that you can't still continue to be careful, but at least we're seeing somebody start to step up, right? We're seeing some action here in the very short term. That's a positive sign. That's good. And especially after getting completely, thrashed to the downside, right? If you're trying to buy the dip, you kind of just kept on getting torn up, and market net flow kept us on the right side of that. Now I'm just giving the context of market net flow and where we are in 0 date. They're not reaching lower, and we're outside of the daily expected move. And the market net flow, it's not necessarily a bearish divergence. So this to me just it still gives me that we're coming back up to the daily. So that's kind of like where my mind is at. You know? You call me crazy. All right, yeah, you got a Ulta up on there. You want to see some Ulta? Yeah, we can pull up Ulta. Let's do it. Yeah. I'll give you those. I'll give you the Q stuff in a moment here. Just give me a moment, stock. So Ulta, I'm staying away from Ulta given the context of the chart, right? So it's been getting smoked, completely smoked, right? Getting a lot of downside action. I think that the idea here would be like, oh, it got beat so much up, so I'll buy the dip. Just remind you once again, Lulu, right? Got beat down, it bounced, and like, oh, see, I should have bought the dip, and then it went down lower, right? Now earnings are around the corner for Lulu, so who knows what's going to happen here in the near term. But Ulta, right, big box retailer, we did gap up on earnings, but we closed near the low. We're getting back above the 20-day. So, you know, one way that you can approach this, if you were trying to trade it very short term, like for example, if you're looking at the daily time frame, you're like, okay, I'm gonna enter here, I'm gonna have a stop at the low. Okay, cool. There's a high probability that you get stopped out given that the trend dynamics are down. Weak stocks get weaker, strong stocks get stronger. That's the idea behind trend following.
Still halted.
Okay. Doesn't mean that that's always going to be the case. Could bounce up, but okay, where do you bounce to? Okay, maybe the 10-week. Or the
to China still halted.
Maybe the 50-day moving average.
Moving
oh my gosh.
A little lower in the last few minutes.
Maybe the 50-day moving average. Okay, so just understand that if you are trading it to the upside, you got to be a little bit more aggressive on profit taking and so forth. Now, if I look at the 15-minute time frame, the chart with the 5-day moving average, it's starting to turn back up, and we're putting in a series of higher lows. So shorter term, I'd say, okay, if you're going to trade it this way, you can have a stop there, or a stop here, or even split up your stops, and you try to trade it up and move your stop as time goes. Now, as price is moving down, you'd probably want to see it, break out. If you're trying to break out trades and follow the trend, but right now it could be just consolidating. Kind of short-term look there on Ulta. Longer term, you can look at the weekly time frame and just look back here, and we've bounced from these levels before. Boom, boom, right, boom. Okay, and maybe perhaps it's trying to set up for another thing like that too. It's just you got the trend going against you right now. So when you think about that, you got to think about how you're positioning, right? So if it's a long-term trade, maybe you give it the room, but a smaller position, and you build into it. If it's a shorter term trade, maybe you look at the smaller time charts. BMY is trying to go long on BMY. Dude, BMY, man, I've been trying to trade BMY too for a longer term trade, but I keep on getting stopped out. Bristol Myers, dude. Huge name. Bristol Myers Squibb's been getting completely clapped. Earnings are not too far away, but they're got a good distance there. And yeah, this one's been getting hammered. Healthcare names, they were doing good for a while, and a lot of them have kind of just went stagnant. Good XLV, still holding up rather well, but kind of went stagnant. What about Pink? I even still have a position in Pink. Kind of stagnant. So take a look here. We're getting a nice little bounce here, right? And we, like I said, we had some support coming beneath that, so that's good. Good to see. And then these came in right here. These supported bids came in pretty much right on point of when the rally started. So that was some good insight there, right? You couldn't see that if you were just looking at a candlestick chart, right? You'd be fear and panic, and all of a sudden you see orders step in. You're like, all right, hit it and go. So what are we doing right now? Where are we? Oh, what do you know? We're almost up at the daily expected move. We're not too far off. You're welcome, Tina.
India Semi, INDI reportedly considering options, including a possible sale. India, November, Delta, India.
Yeah, so... Take a look at Knock. Hey, what's up, Daijen? How you doing? Yeah, Juan, I'm sure it'll be fine. He's coming up on 9 months. Take a look at LAC. No real thoughts on LAC, Lithium America Corp. I'm not too familiar with it, but it's not a great trend. It's been getting just completely smashed. Could we get a bounce? Yeah, sure. But it just, weak stocks get weaker, strong stocks get stronger. That's kind of what I go by. And, I wouldn't be able to execute into something like this unless it was just incredibly small position. Knock, man, this thing has been choppy. Knock has been just getting knocked around. So Knock took out this low, and I think that was a place that I was like, you know, if it gets here, careful. But it looks like it's kind of bounced back from these levels. A lot of sideways action. So this one's just a. I look to the left of the chart. It's been doing nothing. Unfortunately, it looked really good a couple of times. Came right back up to here. It looked like it was getting ready to make a move. Came back in. This has just been that kind of consistent. Just consistent moves, man, just of chop. It's very, very obnoxious kind of chop. Overall, what's the trend telling us? The 200's still up, 50 days starting to turn, 20 days down. So the trend is very neutral. We're just talking range here. So this is the range, right? I don't know, right around here, this would be the range. Maybe even lower right here. This is the range.
INTV reaching agreement to
your
resolve
upper
previously
area,
announced
you're in the mid.
investigation of
You have
their
your lower.
shuttered Cumberland facility, affirming their commitment to maintaining appropriate standards of animal welfare. November Oscar Tango Victor.
A couple other defensive names like RTX. What is that doing now? So RTX has been one that just like we saw it over here. Like this is back when I was looking at like LHX. What did that end up doing? It got really choppy, but it's around the highs of the year. LMT. Not doing much there either. So, I mean, it's basically a few days separated from its high for the year, though. ANX, ANX. Yeah, but I'm not really good at biotech trading. I don't understand the announcements and everything. What's good, what's bad. I'll look at the technicals. And if I just look at the technicals here, obviously you already know that it looks like a good, it's tightening up here, but it's in bearish trend. So it's like if something good comes out, like you were mentioning there's a trial or something. If something good comes out, it could literally be up 300% in a day. If something bad comes out, it could be down 50% in a day. So, if you're playing for that, like that's a different way of trading. Like you're playing into a report or in a potential like announcement of it. For me, that's too binary. So I can't ever put on like that large of a position or anything really. But biotech, if I look at XBI, I use the analysis on that one pretty frequently. And we broke out of a trend. We started to consolidate. We broke out again. Now we're kind of going sideways here. Once again, it's sloppy and choppy, right? Biotech, go figure. Sloppy and choppy, kind of opening up volatility here. But if we can start breaking back above 92, maybe a little bit higher, maybe 93, 92, 93, it looks, it's somewhat constructive. Is GME starting to move now too? Yeah, GME's starting to get a little move, huh? Yeah, there you go. So GME, this is a nice little move there in GME. Very tight price action, and then we started breaking out. So this could be something where that actually gets going, potentially here, right? So very, very, very tight price action. Hasn't been doing anything, and then we just started to kind of try to break from this with some volume. GME works pretty technically well too. A lot of day traders look at GME. So let's see if this comes in or flags a little bit. But this could be, that's pretty nice. Nice little call out there. We also saw this volume over here on this move, and we just broke above that. So to me, this looks like it could set up for a push. And you could trade up. This is only a 1 minute time frame, so it's daily. Like I would look at this as more of like a day trade, intraday, for me. But nice little catch on the volume and the little tiny tight breakout there. Not too snabby at all. S&P 500, we're starting to see some pushes here. We're seeing some bids under this. So we're there it is, right back to the daily expected move. It's bound to happen, people. There was a lot of signs for it. And there it was. And where are we coming to? 52.55. Why did we know that? Why did I feel like it would come back to 52.55? Once again, I'll reiterate it because if you want to ever do this yourself, the 0-date options, as price was getting below it, nothing was really changing. It was just kind of like selling out, selling. And then we came right back to 52.55, right? Market net flow. We are starting to get convergence back right now. So it waned a lot. Now we're starting to get it back. We'll see if it holds or if it's something like this. But right now, looking at the tape, you're getting nice bids up. Now you're getting a little bit of overhead supply. Now you're getting overhead supply, right? There's the overhead supply coming in. But you are getting some supportive bids. That's positive. Market net flow just went green. That's positive. But before that, right, that's now in hindsight. What did we say we'd come to? Come back to the daily expected move. That was the higher probability. Okay, and there it was. There it was. Now, are we going to start breaking back into it? The happy place? The happy zone? Like I said, that'd be the higher probability. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's do this, baby. Let's keep going. Let's rocket ship. Hey, what's up, Trader Joe? Check out 4. Oh, yeah, 4 was a good one, huh? Yeah.
About 1 hour here. From
yeah,
the close
4
of
breaking out.
trading in energy
So,
markets, WTI crude
you know what's
futures
funny
near
is
the
I was
lows of the
looking at
day,
this
down
one, Trader
about
Joe,
3.5%.
and because look at the trade. Like if you go to it looked like DOCN, right? But DOCN is kind of getting, well, I don't know what it looks like now, but this one's actually making a breakout from it, and it was all tight here, right within the moving averages. Looks like a pretty strong breakout so far. So yeah, I like this. What I'm saying why it looks so familiar is if you look at DOCN, it was kind of like that similar type of kind of look where it went up and now it's consolidating. We're not getting the follow through on DigitalOcean, but we are there on 4. So nice right there. All right, guys. So, okay. You let me know in the chat, but I feel like we kind of did pretty well preparing for this move back into the daily expected move. So if there's ways that you think that we could have better prepared, you can let me know. But I feel like we walked through that. I feel like it gave time. I feel like we had this little shakeout move right here. But I think that the main point of what we were saying as we were down here was talking about probabilities, and we were looking at some tools to help us gauge, right, where we can potentially go back to and why we thought that, right? And that's where we are. Okay. So y'all tell me, like, did that help? Did it not help? Right? I feel like that was pretty on point.
Telling me budget
but I don't know if I
4.7
communicated
billion
the message
euros versus
clearly
1
enough.
billion prior.
I know you can say, well, you didn't say, enter now, go do whatever. That's not the point of this, but hopefully that the process, the thought process made sense. Now I could have been wrong, right? I could have been wrong. Like if it just kept on coming down, right? We pay attention to the lower weekly expected move, right? But strength started to come in. And conditions never changed from a 0-day perspective and a market net flow perspective, and there we are, I don't know. Chat's quiet, bro. Chat's quiet. So hopefully it helped out. Oh, sorry, Stock. I forgot, man. My bad. My apologies. Thanks. You got to remind me, dude. Sometimes it just slips my mind. Like I'll say it and then I forget it again. My mind gets pulled. So the daily expected move for Qs, 454 to the upside, 447.50 to the downside. Okay. The weekly expected move, I'm going to give it to you right now. 458.13 upside. Downside, 443.29. That's for Qs, okay? My bad. I feel you, Palm Tree, on that. Yeah. I feel you. Thanks, Tulip. Thanks, John. Thanks, Daryl. Thanks, Dunk. All right. Thanks, people. Good. At least some people are watching and paying attention. All right. So I did end up switching into the right position to play back into the daily expected move. I'm still in my position. However, I am going to reduce now because it was fairly good size. Let me go ahead and all right, I reduced. Okay. Yeah, crude oil. Somebody had mentioned there was some OPEC news. I didn't quite catch it. I'm not like an oil specialist, but I'll definitely look at the technicals. I know that it tracks very well to oil and the 10-year yield. They move pretty close hand in hand. Sometimes oil actually leads the moves in the 10-year yield, and the 10-year yield is getting absolutely just smothered down today, and oil's moving alongside of that. The correlation's fairly tight, and yeah. Oil's getting very well cracked. Now, this is interesting to me because let me take a look at copper. I'm gonna dig more into this probably in the market brief. Yeah, copper's up on the day, but oil getting hit this hard. Like energy has a huge weighting inside like the CRB index, which is a great way to track inflation, right? I mean, core inflation is obviously a little different. It's minus the volatile things, but real inflation, man, energy coming down would be, or oil coming down would be beneficial, right, to the average consumer, right? Oil prices, if it relates down into the pump. But you would think that oil coming down could very well help inflationary numbers in the near future. But copper is obviously up on the day. It's pulling back a little bit. So we'll see. We need a little bit more time to see, what the whole ordeal is, but I'm sure that we can pull up something and figure that out. Because oil names were looking fairly well, but today, man, it's getting just completely smothered, just been straight down. I will say the selling kind of subsided a little bit here, right? So the selling kind of cooled off a little bit, even though that's roughly at the lows. But notice the candles; they're getting very, very tight here. The bodies of these 15-minute candles. RSI is kind of burnt to a crisp. PMO is starting to flip over. So you could potentially look to see it potentially bounce if we start breaking above some of these highs, prior highs on these 15-minute candles. Don't rule that out because you get strong moves down, right? Why tomorrow, like, why is oil up, right? Why is oil back up to 75, 50? Well, because it sold off hard, right? Or oil goes way up. Like, why did it sell down today? Well, because it ripped up the prior day, right? Why is SPY going down so much? Well, because it ripped up like this, right? And people selling into that. Yeah, oil's really, oil today is pretty wild, but if you go to the weekly time frame, it really is going sideways. It's below these averages and stuff, so it's a little freaky to play long positions here with oil, but really it's been going sideways. And really also too, if you have this high, this lower high, you have this low, and you have this higher low, it's really actually just compressing. So if it comes down here and comes back up, comes back down, then you have even more compression telling us that, hey, this thing could, if it gets pinned around here, we can see an explosive move in the near future with oil. Any recommended courses, books on better to understand options trading? Christian, in my videos, actually, I have a link to Interactive Brokers. If you click that link, there's another link in there that says, in all my videos, what's it say? It's like the courses. It's not courses. It's free content too, but they have options courses in there for free, dude. I'm telling you, dude, they're a great resource for a lot of stuff, and they're a good brokerage firm. But you can go in there and you kind of see. I'm pretty sure. Let me pull up one of my videos. Actually, even on this video, if you're on, give me a second. I'll post a link here. Give me a second. Give me a second. do I pin this, dude? Okay. All right, so if you click the link, it opens up. Yeah. Okay, so check it out. Then you go, okay, so then you scroll down and it says View Interactive Broker Campus. And then there, it'll open up this page. Okay. And this is where you can look at like courses, all kinds of stuff. They have webinar. They have all kinds of cool stuff in here. Strategies and stuff like that. And that might help. That might get you started. You know, if you want free resources that are like structured, I would say take a look into that. And then try to get used to it a little bit before you can always pay for courses too. Out of the gate, I don't really have any recommended paid courses. But the thing about courses are they you know, all the data's out there, right? All the data is out there. But the good thing about buying a course or finding a course or whatever the case is they can structure the data correctly, because you might start looking at it like spreads when really you should understand the Greeks first. Or they might start talking about historic volatility, and you got to wrap your head around what volatility is and how you know, there's implied and there's historic volatility, right? So there's all these type of data, all these strategies. But if you don't have a solid foundation that sometimes courses offer to build you up and build on those ground principles, it's very hard to put it all together if you step out somewhere first and then you try to work backwards from there. You know, my thought. But yeah, I would say maybe take a look there. It could be an opportunity there. So hopefully that helps. You sold before. Yeah, was your position too big? My thoughts for you? I mean, I sold some right around where we're at, but I just got out of some. I didn't need to exit the whole position. GME's below VWAP. Oh yeah, what happened to GME? Let's take a look here. What happened here? Did it continue going up or did it fail? No, it's still up, man. What's wrong with GME? We talked about it right here on this candle. Why would you be cooked? I don't know the calls. I don't know what expiration. Like I said, I trade the equity by itself. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the implied volatility is on your calls, and I don't know. And 40, you bought it at 43. I don't know the expiration, but I mean that's way up here. So I mean, that'd be kind of like if it expired today, expires today. I mean, and you bought 43. I mean, that's a pretty large move. I mean, shit, you'd be paid out if that was the case, man. If we shot up there, if it was like a 0-day option for a few weeks or something. That'd be a fast move. Yeah, for me, I would say by the breakout, I'd have a stop under here, and then I'd probably just trail it and move it up. But it's not like it broke from this little pattern, but it's kind of just, it's a little sloppy here. This is just a 1-minute chart, by the way. 1-minute chart. Now it's coming back in, so I would probably get stopped out right here. This would be my, I mean, if I would have entered here and I played it here, this pullback and then this move, I would have said, okay, now I'm going to stop right here. Yeah. So I'd still technically be in it if I traded this, if I traded that. I did not trade that. I traded this. ASL, going long on ASL. Oh, can I look at AMC? Yeah. Always let me know the time frame too. So AMC is pretty similar type move. Like, look, I said, we broke out of here. We saw the volume come back in, getting a little choppy here. I mean, it's constructive seeing the breakout now, right? Higher lows, a little bit lower high. You know, it's trying to do something. It's trying to do something on these time frames. So sometimes when I pull book maps on like things like the Qs and stuff, and like, you know, hold on, ASO. ASO long. Yeah, I mean, we broke this little trend. Our earnings are around the corner for ASO, so be aware of that. June 11th. Trader Joe says biotechs are entering a strong seasonality. That's awesome. Did I touch GDNS? I did not. Oh, I was like, wait a second. What stock are you talking about? Yeah. No, I thought that this just looked really good. Like, so this is like under $1 stock, and it came across my screen. I'm like, oh, wow. It structurally looks really good. This is in the cannabis area. And let me fix this. It still looks pretty technically good, but you know, it's very tight consolidation. We broke out, tight consolidation, broke out. It's low volume, but no, I don't have a position. I'm always a little hesitant in the penny stocks. It's not my forte, but I mean, it looks pretty good. It looks good. I played this one though, Glass F, and this one's coming off pretty hard. So this could be an opportunity if this starts to tighten up, but I played it down, I believe down here, and then even here, and I played it up for a while. I didn't catch this move because I missed it, but I did play. I honestly, I think I played right in around into this range because it was like 20%. So let me see what that is. Whatever, it don't matter. Come back up to the daily VWAP for S&P 500. Yeah, so Colby, if I pull up Q's bookmap like I was saying, man, it doesn't look like, I'll pull it up just to show you what I mean. But that's why I always go off ES. And I'll pull up NQ sometimes, but it's just because it's a lot cleaner of a look with all the vault, like with the areas of liquidity, and they move kind of hand in hand because you understand, SPOOs, right? ES, they trade the names that are in the Qs, like the big names, right? So it's like, man, I could kind of use this as an idea for stuff. All right, give me a second here, people. Just for full clarification, I'm going to reduce again my my SPY position. Because I'm locking in profits, right? Coming back up in the daily VWAP, have some supply overhead. Still looking really good. I'll leave some on just in case we get some crazy move again. But it's time to lock. We're back up to the 5-day moving average here too. Perhaps we go retest this daily, maybe even the week to day anchored VWAP, which is the daily anchored VWAP for SPY. Wait, yeah. You did stock. I'm leaving a little on, but like I said, options are a whole different ball game, right? So you have to deal with time. I don't necessarily need to deal with time. I'm trading the equity. So you got theta, you know, and I do not. So I can see why, like, yeah, you have to be a little bit more active on the options. You'll make more, like percentage-wise for sure. And maybe even dollar-wise. I don't know how big, you know, I don't know what size you're trading, but. Okay, sorry, I saw somebody ask about AVGO and then AFMD, so let's pull up these ones. So we'll do pull on AVGO. Yeah, AVGO for me, it's, you know, we've been seeing some strong pullbacks, but they get reclaimed, and we're seeing one of those here. But a lot of sideways chop below the declining 5-day moving average. So it's one of those things, I'm not trying to catch a bottom. I'm trying to wait for things to start getting better and start to turn back up, okay? As it stands right now, can we see a bounce? Yeah, absolutely. Why? Because, well, we see internals, right, weakening, or sorry, strengthening while the price, you know, went lower. So we see a positive divergence, and we're seeing a little bit of a pop there into this volume shelf. So to come back up absolutely makes sense. But am I trying to catch this specific move? And no, I'm not really good at that. So I'd like to see it kind of tighten back up and reclaim for a swing, more specifically a swing trade. Now, another thing of caution is we have earnings right around the corner too. So earnings implied volatility swells up, right? It gets bigger and bigger. You know, because we know what's going to come and we get an idea of where risk can be. So this for me would be like, hey, I'm going to wait for earnings. And if it even goes way up higher, I don't care, because I'm going to now then wait to see if things consolidate and set up, because I can take a trade more tactically in that way. For me personally, I give up all my edge into earnings. So I try to keep control of what I can control, and that's just not something that I can control. So that's AVGO, kind of a quick synopsis on AVGO. And remember, June 10th is that, and that's like pretty soon. We're looking at like $101 expected move right now for AVGO. So it'll get bigger and swell up as price continues to move towards that date. Anthony, every once in a while, man, I'll check when futures open up and put an anchor there. But the majority of the volume is traded at the open, not when futures open. So I typically have mine at the cash market open. But you can always, go back and forth and see what you like more. Just understand that, so it's anchor, so it's time, right? Average, the volume weighted average price. Volume weighted average price. And where there's more volume typically is where I like to anchor. So breakouts on big candles on big volume, I like to put an anchor. Flagpoles, right, on price patterns, I like to put an anchor. News events, I like to put an anchor, right? But right when the futures market opens up at 3, it's like there ain't no volume, there ain't nothing there. So it's still important so you can get an idea of what things are doing leading up to the cash market session. But yeah, I typically do cash market session, or where the volume's at. Is my mic quiet? Test. Okay. Yeah. Spilled some Wawa. All right, so we're coming in a little bit here, right? That was a pretty aggressive move. We're kind of hitting that 5-day moving average. Maybe we come back to the daily expected move. Maybe we don't. But I feel like the move was right around these areas, right? Where we were kind of discussing it, right here. And the move was to the higher probability of the daily expected move. Okay. So that was pretty much, for me, the trade of the day. The bigger trade for me, obviously, that was the intraday trade for me. Right? That was the trade. I was going long around this candle, but I actually I didn't type in, I actually clicked the wrong name and I entered into an incorrect position, resulting in a loss. Was not SPY, it was a higher beta name, so that sucked. But I turned it around and we got into SPY and took out some profits around here and right around here. I still have a little bit on, not much, let me see. Oh, I still got plenty. I mean, not nearly as much as I had, but still leaving on the holder, just leaving that on, just to see if we get any crazy moves. Maybe if it shapes back up, I can add back into the position. Okay, let's take a quick gander over here at GME, see what happened there. All right, GameStop, pretty stagnant. I would have been probably, no, I'd technically, if I entered into it, like I said, I would have probably had my stop here after this pullback and move. So, I mean, I'm like on the like on my, if I paper trade, right? I would be on the verge of basically being busted out right there. It's actually kind of setting up again. It's kind of setting up right here. It's pulling back. This is a small time frame, but it's pulling back into and around this. What is going on? Yeah, right here. So we have a high volume candle right here. Didn't quite break out. Then we had a high volume candle here, broke out. We saw a nice move up, consolidated. We saw some stronger volume on the way up here. Price is pulling back. Still holding this area. So this is very small structure, 1 minute time frame. But I mean, it looks like it's pretty decent now. If it starts breaking down, I'd look for a U-turn. It's kind of trending sideways here. and overall sideways for the entirety of the day. So not much of a trend for the day. But you never know, man. These short squeezes, they like come, they go, and then all of a sudden they come back in. You're like, oh, it's starting to come again. Yeah, that's a good one, Chip. Chip pointed out a good. You can anchor from the last day 10-minute chart. So like the last candle of the prior trade, like the intraday candle of the prior day. That's like the close of business, right? So you're anchoring to the prior close. That's a good one too. Yeah, not a bad thought right there. Sometimes you can even look at the 2-day anchored VWAP, right? The open of the prior day. I've seen trades around that. It's all preference, man. It's all preference. You just got to be consistent with your preference. Honestly, it looks like, let's see here. Let's see if GameStop starts ripping from here. Actually considering this. Why take profit so soon? On which trade, Victor? Vitor? On my SPY one? There's a nice little move there on GME. It's only 1 minute candle, so we'll see how this turns out. But a little pullback into the prior breakout area. Now we're seeing the move. I had a feeling that would be a good little look there. Are you saying why did I pull profits here so soon? Very quickly is so the only reason why I pull profits up into these areas is because the trade idea for the intraday was to play back into the daily expected move. It's not that I exited my entire position. It's that when I'm playing back into this, I got to respect kind of like that thought process. So I played back into the earnings or the daily expected move. We got there. So if it were to reverse and come back out, I'd be looking at myself like, why did I do that? Right? If it goes higher, cool, right? Awesome. But I'm not going to have the full position on, because intraday, I can put some size on intraday relative to where the price is moving, but I have to be a little bit more aggressive on my intraday trades. Now, if I was looking at the daily time frame, and I entered into a trade, I wouldn't be out of it the same day unless something crazy happened and I got stopped out. But understand that I'm playing a move higher in a downtrend below the 5-day moving average that's declining and this anchored VWAP, and we're below the daily week-to-day anchored volume weighted average price here too. So we're just getting a bounce and potentially coming back here. Now I can always take profits and look to re-enter if things start to turn back up. So that would be kind of my thought process there. You know, I'm not trying to tag the top and bottom. I'm just trying to manage risk. So we had a strong move, right? And I could sell into that strong move. Like, and look, remember Bookmap. Where were we coming into Bookmap? We were coming back into the daily, right? This is ES, and there was liquidity overhead. So now if we consolidate and we start moving back up, I can always add. I can add. Like if I wanted to add right now, cool. But look at it, keep on adding some liquidity. What's GME doing? Come on, GME, let's go, baby. Let's go, GameStop. Take me to $47. No, I'm just take me GameStop to $47.
So we've seen volatility in the Mexican stock market today following the election results from over the weekend. But shares of the EWW are lifting up off the lows on a report that the ruling party was still seen 4 seats short of a supermajority in the Senate.
This is a good question. So what time do I draw the daily expected moves, since they vary slightly throughout the night? The day. SPX closes and opens in the cash market session a little bit after the close, right? I pull them about 15 to 30 minutes after the close. And then that's where I keep them. So like in the Discord group, like on my trade ID, not trade IDs, in the daily expected move channel, I post them every day, like SPX, ES, NQ, Ruddy, SPY, Q, and IWM, because those all have daily.
Continued strong container market demand and disruption caused by the ongoing Red Sea issues. They now see signs of further port congestions, especially in the Middle East and Asia, and an additional increase in container freight rates. And this development is gradually building up and expected to contribute to stronger financial performance over the second half of the year.
Sim integrative shipping might be something to watch on that news. I'm just taking a wild guess, but now I pull it up and I see some volume coming in. I just heard the shipping rate stuff. I wouldn't enter into necessarily a trade. It's already made a pretty big, strong move, but I hear the shipping thing, and then
just note earlier today we did see Mueller put out a similar statement about congestion, but now raising their guidance for the full year.
What else is affected in that news?
And now expect underlying EBITDA of $7 to $9 billion in.
I'm not worried about the Zim, so I'll go back to GME. It's a little bit too choppy for me. All this is too choppy for me. All right, so see how SPY, S&P 500, we're kind of getting some liquidity beneath us. So this is holding up. This is actually pretty nice to see, right? So like, if I wanted to enter into, I'm not really gonna try to enter right now. I feel like I did fine for the trading day, and I'm not trying to lose more or make more. If I make more, it's because I have a little bit of a position still on. But you see how we're kind of building up momentum here. So it's still holding up. So now if I were to enter into, average up my position, I can have a stop under this, right? So that would be kind of that area like, oh, okay, cool. Now it's continuing, but just be mindful that, we're just inside trading candle. Okay. So if you want to wait even more, you'd have to break above this 5-day, which is still declining, and back up to this daily. Swing high anchored VWAP and so forth.
Versus 49.1 prior.
AFMD. What is AFMD? This is just a big mover for the day, huh? This would be, if I'm anything, it'd be intraday trades. But I don't see quite the setup right now. This did get pretty tight over here, and we saw that explosive move. That's easy to see in hindsight. But yeah, I mean, it's up 71% on the day. And we keep on getting random squeezes. And this one lasted that was a lot of chop before a big quick squeeze. So it was like a, chop, squeeze, chop, squeeze, chop, squeeze. So timing that is probably pretty difficult. You'd have to kind of just hone in on a key level and then say, hey, if it breaks out, and try to trade it up. And I think that's a possibility. But for intraday, but on the daily time frame, I don't really play this on the daily, because if I enter here on a position, where's my stop going to go? Right? And I could gap up and ooh, yay, yay. But it's also like I can gap way down and be right down here tomorrow. And that's, a 23% move just down a little bit. It's a little too crazy for me. So yeah, I would be paying attention to this for more intraday. The gamma line, let's take a look at the gamma level. Yeah, we're still actually in negative gamma, and we're above the 0-date level, the 52.55. This is a pretty big level, so I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to come back into 52.55, to be honest. I mean, this is the put wall for the day, and you can get pinned around these levels. So we're kind of in this area where it's like, okay, I pick your poison. Can we go back up to gamma flip or 0-date? And the answer is yes, we could very well do both. Market net flow is bullish convergence, bullish divergence. So my thought process would be like, okay, we can go back up to the gamma flip and, try to head higher. That's where my, thought would go. And then, if we can hold these levels, like I said, that's a positive sign. So it's, if anything, I would still be looking for the long side, but the main trade for me was a little bit lower. And now everything is coming up into these levels. So it's like the reward has gotten smaller, and yet the risk is still there, you know? One moment here. Let's take a look at GameStop again. See if anything happens here. Nah, nothing yet. Just chop. Chip, chip, chop, chippity, chip, chop, cheap. Astro daily and weekly expected moves. Let's pull them up. Okay, get ready to write it down. The daily expected move for IWM. Upside is 207.9. The lower was 203.64, which I think we cracked. Yeah, it was right here. So we got underneath it, just like the other ones, and we came back above. Now it's kind of like this nice bottoming pattern. It's an inverse head and shoulders, everybody. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of constructive. No joke. It actually technically is an inverse head and shoulders intraday on the 1 minute time frame. So IWM, the upper, so the upper is 207.9, the lower is 203.64. We're back within the expected move for the day. Actually, what's funny is it was 207.9. That was literally kind of where we opened up, like, kind of. So we basically opened up and then faded the expected move. The weekly expected move for IWM, I'll give it to you. 209.65 to the upside. 209.65 to the upside. To the downside, 201.89. Okay. Hey, thanks for subscribing to the channel. If you haven't done so already, man. Appreciate it, Ernest and Kenalum. Thanks for subbing to the channel, yo. SPY's still holding up here, people. It's just kind of trapped between this liquidity and also, like we kind of said that same thing here between the gamma flip lines. Don't look bad, man. Don't look bad. We're down 38 basis points on the day. To break even, we'd have to come back up here. Which would be 527.35. That's where we closed the prior trading session. You want to see the 4-hour time frame for IWM? Let me see here. Oh man, I don't feel like changing up my settings. Here, I'll go like that. There on this one. Okay. Drawing imaginary lines instead of using any technical indicators. Yeah, gamma lines aren't imaginary, buddy. Just so you know. And same with all the expected moves that we're showing. Those aren't imaginary. That's implied volatility. Look it up, dork. Troll the troll. Yeah, I don't really see what you're saying on the 4-hour. On the smaller time frame, like I said, the 15-minute, it was pretty constructive bottom though, right? Constructive bottom here. Getting hung up there at the 204. All right, y'all. Then bookmap, like we said, yeah, we're coming up to this liquidity. And we're still holding this. So if you did what we said, if you look to enter or re-enter, that would have made sense for that person or for your strategy with a stop still under this liquidity. I didn't re-enter. I didn't enter more into it, I should say. I didn't add to my position. I just am holding what I have on. Palm Tree, no, I did the same as you, SPXL. I traded SPXL. Hey, thanks, Darren. You didn't need to do the super chat, my guy. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh yeah, let's check back in. GameStop, is it doing anything? No, just consolidating, still here. Looks like it can go either way, honestly. I was looking to see maybe we get another squeeze back in and get the party started, but maybe it's going to come later. But right now, it's just kind of just flatlining while some of the attention's kind of just trading around here. Yeah, CMRE is crazy. Crazy. This thing has been straight up, holy moly. I don't enter into names that go this strong, this fast. But I would say like keep an eye on it for consolidations and base building. SB, yeah, it's nice. That's a very strong breakout right there on some big volume. Another one that could be on the radar. Why not futures? I trade out of a cash account in my portfolio. So, I have another account that's cash, but I prefer equities. I prefer trading equities. I always have. Just my preference. Futures is some pretty insane leverage, right? So yeah, like if I'm intraday trading, sometimes I will go into like the prop account and I'll do that, but I spend most of my attention in equities. So like I don't even touch options. I rarely touch options, God, GameStop looks like it's trying to just go, man. I'm telling you, GameStop is trying to move. I don't know if it's to the upside or downside, but this thing is getting tighter and tighter. Like I thought it was tight here, then it's still, higher lows, lower highs. The thing is coiling up. And this was a nice call out right here on the volume by the other trader in the channel. And it's still holding that. Watch it get a fake out and then come, Yeah, SPY's just getting hung up over here between this kind of liquidity there. So, yeah. For me, the trade was made. The made trade has been made. If it wants to continue, that we have this level up here at 53.15. That'd be pretty wild, right? Be pretty wild. Pretty cool. Apparently, my boy is doing very well as he's hooked up to the machines.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Thanks, Juan. You don't pay. I don't know why your thing is cut off. You don't pay more fees trading SPY cash than options. SPY cash and options. No, I mean it's. I don't pay a fee on my. Pretty sure my executions are free. The execution portion of it on my account. Darren, his name is Asher. Understanding the fact that we're a negative gamma. Yeah, we are still negative gamma. Yeah, no, I see it. Yeah, still negative gamma. That means buying begets buying, selling begets selling. Okay. And we're stuck between the 52-55, which is the put wall for the day, and then the gamma flip line. It's kind of that, you know, it's like I said, kind of an either or. Like pick your poison over here. Like I would think that we can go higher given the context of just being bullish market net flow. But you know, that's why the trade for me was more down here. You know, that's. Is it Nick? Okay, yeah. Yeah, coming off a little bit here, filled that little liquidity, and we got a little bit more down here. So some names are getting hit. So here's GME pulling in a little bit here. Nothing crazy. And then SPY's coming in back into the daily expected move. Are we shocked? Not really. Yeah, man. I mean, trading stocks by themselves are hard enough, but then you trade options and you have the element of time and various strategies. I mean, it makes it's hard. And you got to understand options, man. They were designed there as a risk management tool to manage risk. Like that's what they are, but it's not what they're used for, you know, by everybody. So I think that there's definitely strategies and stuff around there, but most of my stuff comes from just trading equities. GME got a big dump. Did it dump? There's the break. Yeah, it was getting tight, so a little break makes sense. There it was. I'm not shocked. But this would have stopped out of paper position there. So now I'd be interested to see if it was like if it's going to do that whole like breakout and then elevate back up, right? So yeah, having struggles getting anywhere with GME for the day. The move was in the pre-market. I mean, unless if you were shorting intraday, then that's another story, but. Are we hopping in GME calls? I don't know about everyone else, but I'm not touching it. So now you got it like, so when it breaks down, like this is only a 1 minute time frame, people, but still, nonetheless, looking at this very kind of small time frame, you got to still respect the breakdowns, right? Because it could follow through more to the downside, right? So now it'd be like, okay, is it going to set back up and come back in? And then maybe set back up for an opportunity. And that's something that I would pay attention to. But the break happened on volume too, on the shorter time frame. So you got to be kind of respectful of that. Right. My little baby. My little babish. Okies. Don't sue me, bro. All right, we're just fluttering now around the daily expected move. We'll see if anything could come from that. But as it stands right now, we'll check a look at a couple other things to see if anything's changed kind of structurally. Still, most of the attention's at 52.55 from a zero-date SPX level. We came right back into 52.55, right? We got out of it. We came back in, so it's kind of trading around that little happy place. We are in negative gamma territory on the S&P 500, at least in this current moment. It's when people look to sell into selling, buy into buying, dealers. Okay. Market net flow, still bullish, but we're starting to lose a little convergence here, but still bullish convergence, bullish divergence. Looks like we're getting hung up around 525, and it's holding. This level can repel price. So as prices of the S&P 500 pull down to 525, if we can hold 525, that'd be more positive, right? Because price can repel from these areas. If it breaks down, I mean, we could push down and repel down to 524. Then we have a magnet up here at 526, okay? So, I mean, we have seen a little bit of a break here, but is it, anything to be that concerned of? I think it's just really just chop. Market's trying to figure things out after its little pop-up right here. Zim was a good call out. What happened to Zim? Oh yeah, wow, look at that. Zim, nice move. Not really my style, but as soon as I heard the news about shipping, I figured that people might focus in on these shipping stocks, and Zim is kind of a popular one. But yeah, you see a lot of volume came in on the announcement. It wasn't even built around Zim. It was just shipping. Take a look at some of these big cap stocks. Microsoft came in a little bit. Nice big reversal candle on Microsoft. Now we have just an inside trading candle. Apple broke to another high, short-term high today. Not a yearly high, but not too far off of a yearly high. And we're reversing on the day, creating somewhat of a shooting star candle. Nvidia, nice gap up on the day. The weekly candle looked pretty lame, right? So it's an inside trading week so far, but a shooting star candle. Nevertheless, it's still an upwards trend, and we got a gap up today. And price really didn't go anywhere today during the trading session, though. You can see the 15-minute time frame for the day. It's literally gap and camp. That's what I'm looking for, just sideways. If you want the market to go higher, it'd be pretty insane to see this start to rip up. And if it does, that will matter. Google, strong move, pulling off a little bit here too as well. Intraday, underneath the 5-day moving average, it's declining, but it's really just pulling back a little bit from its all-time high. Amazon was one we talked about a little bit earlier, and that's just an inside trading candle here too after its a volatile day on Friday. And Meta, after its bearish earnings move, we've since then moved up, and we've been consolidating here back into a declining 50-day moving average.
VMware distribution agreement with Broadcom in Europe. Alpha Romeo Whiskey.
S&P 500 still holding itself together pretty well. We're back up to the 5-day moving average after coming back to retest into the daily expected move here. I do still have some position on SPY. I didn't add to it. GME, what did we end up doing here? Nothing. Big old nada burger. Yeah, I still have LPG, but in stream I actually sold a little bit today, so it's a smaller position now, a lot smaller. Let me see here. I'll pull it up. So my entry on LPG was 41.72, and I got dude, it's a minuscule position. You might as well just consider me out of it, to be honest, at now. But I still have technically some on. Nice gain. It was I mean, as of now, it's 19.93% in the profit, almost 20%. I think I took profits at 20%, so or somewhere around there. Took some profits too. Good catch, man. Good catch. Good trade. When did you trade it? Were you trading it back when it was breaking out of that very tight pattern? We talked about it a while ago, so it's been a minute since I brought it back up. I kind of sized it in a way where I can forget about it, let it go, let it do its thing. mRNA is getting pretty tight here on the 1 minute time frame. Still below a declining 5-day, but it's putting a higher low, so that's positive. Ooh, that'd be cool. Getting hung up right here at about 52.80 on ES, the M contract, which is right around the daily volume weighted average price. If we can get through that, I mean, that could really open the door for us. Getting back above daily VWAP. I mean, who knows? It could very well open up back up to 53.15. That'd be a pretty big move, but you know, don't rule it out. I mean, we saw what Friday brought. GME looks ill. Kind of looks like it's flagging here, kind of more bearish than anything, but we'll see. I thought it could set up for a nice trade, didn't quite do so. Got in at 34. That's a great trade. That's like what, like 30, 40%, 50%? Jeez. No, not 50%. 40%? Something like that? Dang, that's killer. Killer. I'm looking for GMF for ES. Oh, sorry. Somebody asked about Q bookmap too. I pulled that up, but this is what I meant by that. How it's kind of chunky. You know what I'm saying? So we got levels at like 450, 160, and down here at 450 and so forth. So that's Qs. Sorry, I just remembered if somebody asked about that. SPY looks like an inverse head and shoulder on the 15. Yeah, could be. Kind of like right here, this small one. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. 528.77 would be the profile to watch for potential move back to. Like I said, I still have a little bit of a position on there, just in case, you know, just in case if we go cranking through this level. Yeah, so hopefully today was helpful. I mean, I know a lot of people were thinking this is probably end times over here as we gapped up. People get really excited and they're trying to buy the dip thinking it's going to turn around. And I mean, we just kind of waited, right? We thought that maybe we can see some strength here back into the all-time high anchored VWAP and the 5-day moving average. With the strength didn't come. And then we saw the weakness continue back into the daily, getting outside. And a lot of things from a structural standpoint didn't even change. We had a positive divergence on market net flow for the entirety of the day. Not positive convergence, and then nothing really changed from a 0-day perspective. And those setups right there, to me, are like, man, I'll take the trade any day. I'll take those trades because I strongly feel that if it turns around or people start to cover, we'll get dip buyers, we'll get people covering, and we can get shots back up fairly quickly on an intraday basis. And yeah, that was it for me. That was pretty much the trade. Now it's just, if we push up higher, great. If we don't, it is what it is. We'll take a look. Yeah, still kind of getting hung up at this 52.80. It's like we need some buyers to step in, but this is holding fairly strong. It's not even that many contracts, but it's holding up rather strong. And remember, the 5-day moving average is still declining, people. It's still declining. Now we're below a declining week-to-date / daily. We're below the anchor VWAP from the swing high, and we're below a declining 5-day moving average. It's still technically bearish, in bearish territory, and we're just seeing a reflexive bounce, and we play just an intraday bounce, right? But if you're looking longer structure, it's like, okay, if I wanted to play this, more bullishly to the upside, that's why. Okay, so that's why one of the reasons why, because at the beginning of the stream, I talked about how I exited a lot of my positions on basically cash on today's gap up, because the 5-day moving average was declining. We're still right at around negative gamma territory, right? So I know that things could change very quickly. So I'm taking advantage of the move up, and now I'm looking to reset, reorganize myself if things come back to normal. And what does that look like? Well, that means the 5-day moving average starts to level out, flatten, start to turn back up, and price action could recoup it, and we start moving up higher. That'd be great. And then we come target the upper weekly expected move. Cool. That's what I would like, because the trade to the upside is significantly easier than trading to the downside. Downside, you got to be in the trade and ready, because it's typically more aggressive. And then you have to be ready to exit at a proper time too, because you get some wicked snapbacks. So position sizing on my shorts are always like very small. And it's when the trend really is like, either when it's way exaggerated to the upside, like a fade, or if the trend is really on my side. GME said we ain't done yet. What's GME doing? Oh yeah, look at look at GME. This is what we drew out. Replay it. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. I was like, watch it get super tight and then break down and then turn back up. I swear to you, if it just rips, that'd be too funny. It would suck because I don't have a position, but hey, should we just enter it for the heck of it? Maybe. Let me see what I can get. That's hilarious, dude. That's
Maris,
too funny,
MRUS,
man. You can't make that up.
MCLA 129 demonstrated promising single-agent efficacy at the Meta Text 14 poster presentation from the ASCO meeting there for Michael Romeo Uniform Sierra.
Yeah.
Also, Johnson & Johnson announcing some late-breaking results from the Paloma 2 study presented at the ASCO meeting.
That's so funny.
Juliet, November Juliet, and Michael Romeo Uniform Sierra.
Let's see here if it breaks this. Kind of like breaks up to the upside now. I'm gonna have to replay that, or not replay it, but like make it into a YouTube short or something, or get where we talked about that. That's too funny. That's just the market these days, man. They fake you out and shake you out. So for example, so this is what I mean. This is a good example. If we start ripping up, right? It don't matter, but this is what I mean by this. See how it contracted right here, and we're saying potentially watch for expansion, right? Expand to the downside. We said respect it, right? Because it could have kept going down. But then look for a potential U-turn if price turns back around. Well, price turned back around. It's kind of coming into this little downtrend now, right? It just put in a higher, very short term. It's kind of matching. Technically, it broke this high where it's a higher high. Now, it'd be nice to see a higher low, right? Obviously. But yeah. This is what I mean by U-turn. So if you exited here, you could have entered right back in over here or right here for, a little bit down on the... Well, I guess this didn't really even break out, but if you entered into it without breaking out, that's what I mean, right? Technically, it didn't break out, so if you're a breakout trader, you probably wouldn't have entered. SPY's still holding up around this area right up here. Sorry, not SPY, S&P 500, the SPOOs. And we're still traveling around the declining 5-day moving average. Price action's trying to get through it, but you can see we're kind of getting held up here. Let's take a look at market net flow. Market net flow is still positive. Positive convergence, bullish divergence. That's a good sign. We're holding 525, right? That was the level that we can push from and repel from. So you want to hold 525. We're at 525.49-ish. 50, yeah. And we have this overhead supply that's just in the way of the bulls. This is starting to lose convergence here, people. So if this goes gray, that could give us some insight that we may pull it back into 525 or potentially even break it. Okay. Got to be patient for these setups. I still have my long SPY position. Like I said already, I exited the bulk of it. I have a little bit on still. Excuse me. Yeah, GME, I implement to 267, 267, forget options. Yeah, huh? Seriously. That's wild. Is GME moving now? As people are saying GME. What's GME doing?
National Healthcare Corporation, NHC, they're acquiring.
I would love to see
Oak
this thing
Senior
squeeze
Living
up, but
portfolio.
it's kind of just sitting there.
Terms not being disclosed.
Be
Expected
cool.
to close in the third quarter of this year.
What would I say to do if you're new to investing in the stock market?
Pathway toward peace leading to
It depends on what you want to do, right? There's so many different ways you can take this. Like, for example, like I think it's always important to learn about just like investing, right? Because you gotta understand there's different strategies. Like, so you can like, this is where people always like have like arguments. They're like, oh, but you're looking at this and you're doing it this way. It's like, oh, you're bearish. But it's like, you gotta understand that there's different time frames that people operate in. Some people are long-term investors and they look to structure like things that can over the course of time, their life, right? Like that's one thing that you can learn about, but then understand that there's swing traders that are more active in the markets that look at individual stocks and they're in and out, in a couple of days or 3 months or whatever. That's what I kind of do here. And then you're a day trader, right? Day traders are people that are in and out and they have no positions on pretty much at the end of the day. They just look for setups intraday. My sweet spot, and then there's different products. Gosh, there's different products, right? You got futures, right? You got options, and then you got common stock, equities. I've always found my sweet spot to be swing trading and equities. And I've tried it all, right? I've tried it all. I've done good. I've lost some, and I made some. I did this, I did that. But the consistency nature is what I was looking for, and it always ended up being within common stocks and swing trading for me. That's what I trade, swing trade. And then, so if you're starting out, first ask yourself what it is that you're trying to do. If you want to be glued to a computer all day, or if you don't want to be glued to a computer all day, you don't need to be glued to a computer if you're day trading, but just understand then you have to say, okay, what hours am I going to trade? So there's so much to it. There's so much to it. Some people just look like swing traders. Some swing traders just look into the close. They're like, let's see where we are at the close, right? They care about the closing price. Professional volume comes in at the close, they say, right? And then at the beginning of the day, it's a bunch of people panicking out, getting in and out of positions, real quick. It's the real positions are established more towards the end of the day. That's where you see those big volume spikes. You got to just know yourself, know what your risk tolerance is, and then if you want to start learning about it, you can. There's ways to you can get into fundamental analysis, technical analysis. I've always liked technical because the fundamental is it's just too big of an area and there's too much competition. Technical, there's a lot of technical analysts there, but I'm looking at price and volume. So by the time that their fundamental stuff comes out, I can already be ready and know what's going on from a technical perspective and looking at volume and various things from an intermarket standpoint too. But I'm not going to be smarter than any fundamental analysis on on the street or something like that. They got their models, they got their teams, they got their analysts, their researchers, and then they're like trying to gauge whether it's going to go up or down on the earnings. But yet I'll just go on here and look at my expected move and I'll be like, it's looking at about this much risk, plus or minus, and I'll go from there. I just trade what I can control, GME is just kind of paused up here. SPY is still paused here too. I would prefer it to be paused more higher because then it'd be, and under above more liquidity, but right now it's just getting hung up here. We are waning here quite a bit, so it could be potentially turning gray here, which not my favorite look. And we're still in negative gamma territory, but not too far off the gamma flip line. What do I think GME will do? I mean, it hasn't really just today. I mean, just from the daily time frame, it looks like it wants to push up, but it hasn't been doing anything all day. So if I'm a trend trader, which I typically am, I'll trade breakouts, but it's literally just no context. Boom. It's range trading. So I'd prefer to see it break out of this kind of like 31.50-ish, 60-ish kind of range up in here. And then maybe we can start going to 33 plus. But right now it's just not doing that at all. It's just falling on its face, you know? Not really falling on its face. It's just not going anywhere. Yeah, you can consider this a bull flag, but okay, so here's the thing on the bull flag. So if you look at this and you're like, yeah, it's a bull flag. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, you're right, it's a bull flag. But then pay attention to the context. Like, okay, so if we're stacking ideals in our favor, you'd want trend on your side too. So if this was like, hey, if this has been going up all day and then it pulls back and is flagging, like that to me is a great opportunity. But really, it's a bullish pattern, okay? It is bullish, but then the context is neutral. All right, so if you're looking to stack ideals in your favor, you know, more and more
in line with some of the reporting we saw last week, President Biden is said to
I would want it to be more bullish context,
action tomorrow,
and it just ain't there yet. It's just kind of just sideways.
Border. Report goes on to say expect to see the Biden administration crack down on migrant flows by slashing asylum claims.
Yeah, when it's under the flip line one, that's a negative gamma. For sure, Colby. Oh, for SPY and Qs is what you're saying. Sorry, my bad. Let me take a look. A little sloppy for a bull flag. But then also just pay attention to the context and stuff. Like I'll trade bull flags. It's just I prefer to have context on my side too. And if it's not, then you just gotta size appropriately. Dell, what's going on with the Dell? Didn't Dell get hit on earnings or something like that, right? Yeah, just pulling into the 50-day. It's inclining. I'm just giving this one time to set up. I mean, negative or positive divergence. So yeah, can we potentially bounce in the near future? Sure, but I mean, earnings got clobbered and followed through to the downside. I'm not really looking to step into it. It's just not my style, unless the things got really tight, consolidated, and maybe set itself up. But yeah, see a bounce here in the near future? Sure, why not?
Charlie Victor X-ray.
There we go. There's SPY taking off.
Gorgon liquefied facility has halted
got above
production
that liquidity.
on one of its 3 units.
Now we added some more above overhead.
Financial press.
We'll see if it gets some continuation or if that was just a quick pop. NQ coming back up into its daily swing anchored VWAP and then also its swing high anchored VWAP. So it could get kind of paused up in this range, but it's kind of consolidating there and breaking out. So this is a good sign. And we're back at the gamma flip line. We just came back into that. Okay. So when we were here, we're like, yeah, pick your poison. Where can it go? My idea was to back to the gamma flip line. I wouldn't be surprised if it here. And what did we do? We came down to the 52, 55, and we came up to the gamma flip line. We did both. Both of you should have been paid. We're back at the swing high anchored VWAP for SPY. Is GameStop doing anything in this news? Probably not. Not doing much. It's just chilling here. It's not moving. It'd be nice to see some more excitement here because I think IWM, right? IWM, we talked about the inverse head and shoulders, what that's been doing. All right, we kind of just trolling up higher, so that's positive.
Susano reportedly working on a revised offer for International Paper.
Here we go. Let's get above this daily VWAP.
Reports say that International Paper CEO met the DS Smith CEO in London.
They keep on adding over here. So you see this kind of lighting up red over here. Gotta get some more buyers in here, man. Gotta just get them to keep coming.
Seeking to reassure
blast these people out of the water. They're mad. They just keep adding.
Susano considering an increased offer.
If they throw in the towel, we can get a nice move here. Market net flow, still bullish. Still bullish. It's hanging on by a thread over here. And there it was. The bears kind of played that out. Look at that. Then they keep following it down. Let's see what happens.
And we did have a report.
Oh, look at that. Keep on adding too.
A week ago that Susano was considering raising. Disregard.
See if it was just a quick flush or if they're going to hang tight. Keep an eye on the candlestick chart here too. That happened to happen right here at the swing high anchored volume weighted average price. The swing high meaning the all-time high, actually. Just above that is the daily for the SPY / week to date. Am I nice? What do you mean, Juan? Thanks, Astro. Mateus. Thanks, Stock. NCHL. Yeah, so you know these names actually been looking really good. These are cruise lines, right? NCHL. Wait, what's NCHL? I'm thinking cruise lines. What am I getting confused with? RCL? That's what I was thinking. Cruise lines. Yeah, it's just consolidating very nicely here. RCL looks pretty bullish in bullish context, and then CCL. Oh, look at that. This was on the tight list, I believe, or at least on the watch list, but this broke out. Up 4.91%, but it's still kind of within this structure. The cruise lines look pretty nice. Would have loved to see some movement in some of these meme stocks, but it just watch it happen at the close. It's just kind of how these things work. It's kind of annoying. They just show up out of nowhere and people get all crazy again. It kind of sucks. But sometimes they technically work out well too. But talk about like people got hecka excited and like intraday like does nothing. Yahoo! Ain't doing nothing right now. Could still be like everyone said, flagging. Just the context of it's kind of lame. Holding up here. Ish. Depending on how you draw it, you know. I would just do more horizontal. Just getting hung up in this area. Uh-oh. Market net flow still bullish convergence. Gamma flip line still negative. Price action is currently still below it. Yeah, GME was sell the news. If you even consider that news, I don't know. What do you want to consider that? Who knows? Like it can set back up again and squeeze up. Like I said, we've seen this countless times happen where it just like cools off through the day and then at the very end it does this weird stupid squeeze or makes its big move at the end, or even when the business closes and all of a sudden it's like, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's up 25% after hours. It's like, of course it is. Sellers remain pretty strong up here. At least this area of liquidity remains pretty heavy. It's going to be hard to get through that, but if we get through that, could open the door. But if you want to go long, I'd prefer for this to get all filled up. And then when you take a look once again, we're below the daily VWAP and the swing high for the day high VWAP on NQ. This was the trend line that we were paying attention to a little bit earlier in the trading session. That broke out and that held up pretty well. So if I were to call out another trend, it was this one. We're kind of right here, or just horizontal it. I mean, it kind of broke. I would say just horizontal and just broke out kind of around here. Well, one thing's sure is we're holding up. We're holding up right here. Okay, so either the seller's got to make their move or the buyer's got to come in, but it is getting pretty tight. And we're above the 5-day moving average right now. It's still declining though. Yeah, we can take a look at Bookmap for GME. Oops, what'd I do? There's not much going on around here for GameStop. Wait, you said yeah, up here. We're kind of hanging out at that daily volume weighted average price for GameStop. Kind of his happy place. Getting pretty tight here, and there's really no much liquidity above us and below us. So this thing could, if it breaks, like it can probably be quite aggressive in either direction. And it could probably be somewhat of a quick move. Right, when there's not much liquidity, the moves could be, they can be pretty fast. I mean, it's still trading significantly, but I'm looking at like the larger levels, like 33, 34, 50, 35. Those are obviously a lot more shares in those levels. And then beneath us, I mean, do we have levels? Yeah, if I zoom in, you might be able to find some, right? It's nothing crazy. Yeah, I think you're right, Daryl. I'm still on ESM. No, this is GME. I'm on GME right here. This is GME. ES is over here. Kind of looks similar. Getting very, very tight over here on Bookmap. Yes. You might be right about the red candle. I mean, it's like I said, declining 5-day moving average, below the swing high, below the all-time high, and below a week to date. So that's, we do still have bullish convergence, bullish divergence, both, and then we're just not much is changing from a 0-day perspective. Let's see here, where are we? 52.65. I mean, and then we got hung up a little bit at the gamma flip line. NQ came off a little bit. And then SPY did too. Or S&P 500, yes. So. Rivian's getting pumped. Let's see. Yeah, Rivian's moving. Little squeezy McSqueezy. Yep, Rivian's running. Some good volume on the way up. I wouldn't necessarily chase it, but if it was consolidating, made a nice little consolidation, could always create an opportunity. We're coming into the final hour of the close, so we can start seeing some big volume come in all kinds of places. IWM, nice little bottoming pattern still over here that we followed through to the down, this little inverted head and shoulders, but I mean, it's not really. I mean, one could argue that it can just continue right back down to the downside, right? So you just got to keep managing this risk. If there was an easy trade setup right here, I would. It's something that like was with more ideals in our favor. I think I would call it out and I try to talk about it, but I'm just not seeing that right now. I'm still in my position on SPY, the long position that I told you about that I exited a lot, some out in here, but I feel like that can, anything could happen right now with that. Is GME showing some blood? What is GME doing? Yeah, GME is a def profit. I would say that people are taking profits, especially on a move like that in a day, Absolutely. Yeah. Am I long SPY, long options on SPY or futures? No, I'm equity. Z equity. Yeah, GameStop ain't doing nothing. It's boring. And SPY coming off a little bit here. Still nothing crazy. For some people can argue that this is a bear flag, right? I think it's just, I mean, nothing crazy today. It just literally traded outside of its expected move. So I felt like the probability was going higher. It went higher. Now we're trading right there at that level. Yeah. Anything else coming up? Let's take a look at Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin up to? Take a look at Bido. Bitcoin it hasn't moved all day today either. Wait, what is going on with my charts, dude? I'm gonna look at Bitcoin futures. There we go. Bitcoin looks, I mean, very constructive. We're still on a buy signal, buy trigger, but we're kind of flagging out here above these moving averages. It's holding these levels. I sold into the strength today on the open because my position was fairly good size, and now I have a little bit on, seeing if it gets some continuation on that signal. But overall, holding up pretty constructively. So Bitcoin looks good. The daily time frame, or the 15-minute daily time frame came off a little bit, but we're still above that 5-day moving average on Bitcoin futures at least. SPY pulling in. Doot-de-doot.
We're just a few minutes here ahead of the close of pit trading in bond markets. U.S. Treasury yields have tracked lower for the second straight session on the back of that weaker than expected ISM print this morning. We're below 4.82% in the 2-year yield and approaching 4.4% in the 10-year.
Take a look at some of my tight list. Yeah, it's pretty pinned right now. I wouldn't get too caught up in this craziness. Yeah, I mean, our cruise lines look good to me. RCL looks good. CCL is making a pretty strong move today. Those are some names that I'm interested in. FOUR, that had a nice breakout of a little flag pattern. I was interested in DOCN, but that came in today. Let's see if it's changed at all. I mean, it's still holding up, but it pulled, nice big move on some good volume. Even here, had some good volume and then pulled in. So I still think this is an opportunity to play it up. But I would want to see a little bit more strength come in before just kind of blindly entering in. This is an interesting one too, kind of similar look, but RKT. You can see it's been kind of just sideways for the year, but it is getting fairly tight right here. Kind of like wedging out right here, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying over here? And it's been kind of sideways chopped, so I'd prefer to see it break out of that kind of that range. Ow. Oh, my foot's asleep. The worst. USFD. Pulling back into its 50-day, that's kind of declining, but we're seeing some strength on that today, some follow through. So is this just a pullback to eventually come higher? That's what trend would tell you. Strong stocks get stronger, weak stocks get weaker. So that could be something. Even BABA pulled back quite a bit too. I don't know if the China kind of craze was over, but BABA came in quite a bit hard, quite bit fast and hard. You can see we broke out, boom, we came right back in. So BABA's coming in quite a bit. Let's take a look at FXI. All of these are coming off their highs. So is this a pullback to potentially another move higher? Could very well be. You look at something like copper, which tracks kind of close to it. Copper's also pulled back pretty hard, right? So if copper's going to start moving up, it could be, maybe China follows. SPY back up to its right back up to around its daily VWAP, it's trying to take out this liquidity. We'll see if it can get it. We're coming into the final hour. Zip power hour. Would have loved to see some movement here in GameStop. Something exciting, but nothing. Nothing. Nada. Nada. Tractor Supply looked really good, but that's going to come off the list. That was on the tight list. That one broke down today. Was that I don't know what the news was here. Tractor Supply, nice flag broke out, flag consolidation, and then we had a breakdown. So why it's important to always manage risk. So you play this little flag pattern, make sure you manage your stops because you don't want to get caught in something like that.
National Amusements on Paramount saying they're reviewing the Skydance proposal.
OMG? What's OMG? I have no idea what OMG is. I'm not too sure what that... the ticker's not pulling up. Nada? Oh. All right, so SPY's trying to go for it. We are getting trying to get something beneath us, so it's moving. Let's go, man. Let's break through this thing. Break the walls down. Do you smell what the rock is cooking? Wizard, I use Interactive Brokers. I use Fidelity. Those are the main that I use. And then I use a bunch of different platforms for like data, like Thinkorswim. I don't trade on Thinkorswim, but I use the platform pretty frequently. Okay. Yeah, I can put SPY bookmap. I use ES even when I'm trading SPY because ES is a little bit cleaner of a look. I'll let it load up. Man, SPY looks like it wants to, or S&P 500 looks like it wants to just take out these orders above, man. It really is going for it. Oh, brother. Let's see here. Let's take a look at market net flow. It's trying to go for it. It's like barely hanging on, the convergence. So, and we're above 526. So check this out. 526 repels price, and we're currently above it. That's a good sign as long as we hold 526. Can we do it? We're back at the gamma flip line there in the ES, SPY 500, SPY 500. No, I don't trade off a trading view. I'll trade off of just my brokerage. Oh my gosh, look at it. They just added more. Look, oh my goodness, they just keep coming in, man. They're like, don't let them get above the daily view up. Look at that. Punks, bro. Punks. I'm going to leave this up for a moment, or if somebody wanted to see SPY. Whoa. So this is what I mean by SPY being chunky. You see what I'm saying? That's why I like looking at ES. Kind of all over the place, right? 526.80 would be a level to watch. Yeah, I would say SPOOs would be the bigger one to watch for sure. Or ES, sorry. Yeah. GameStop coming in. No, SPX. I've never seen SPX's book map. I'd have to ask to see if they have SPX, like legitimately SPX. They may, but I've always just used ES, and every once in a while I'll pull up SPY and stuff or NQ. Yeah, I'll pull up NQ. GameStop coming in. Here's NQ. The algo machine. So we got some stuff down here at about 18,550. We got 18,572, 8,570 for NQ. And they move quick, man. That's why I like ES. You can see some posts, like just some levels hanging out. These things just constantly are just, you gotta watch the machines work. 18,540 over here would be a level to potentially watch. Those are just some contracts hanging out. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick and re-up my water. And I'll leave this one running. This is S&P 500. I'll be right back.
Federal Realty acquiring Virginia Gateway and dynamic and affluent Northern Virginia. Franklin Romeo Tango. It's a 665,000 square foot retail center. Washington, D.C., President Biden's administration buying another 3 million or more barrels for the strategic oil reserve.
Yo, yo, a pirate's life for me. Let's see here. What do we got going on in the chats? Yeah, dock end is closing, curling up. Do I have a scanner? Yeah, I got some scannies. I wouldn't say the market's too down, man. I mean, it's down 30 basis points, 28 basis points. I mean, my bias would be long just because where we currently are, but that's because I'm in a long trade still, but I'm on a long trade from down here, right? So that's kind of where my bias would be. And I was looking for something intraday to set up. GameStop, I was seeing if something could pop. It hasn't made a move yet, but it's been sideways all day. So this has been kind of lame. Probably happened very close to the close. Nvidia is holding up rather well. And this hasn't moved at all, so maybe perhaps Nvidia can get moving. That would be good for the market. So if Nvidia started breaking to the upside, yeah, the markets will probably take out this level up here. Can Nvidia do it, people? Can Nvidia do it? Fight. Ready, fight. Give me a second here. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia looks like there could be a possibility here of a break into the upside. I mean, it hasn't gone anywhere all day. It's 12:13. I was hoping that we can catch something else other than the earlier trade. I can show Nvidia bookmap, yeah. I'll replace NQ with Nvidia. Coco, quiet. Quiet, Coco. Cover, cover, she says. Yeah, I'm pulling up Nvidia bookmap right now. What's rock? Let's see, metal. Funk. Sorry, here's Nvidia. My bad, I'm looking at something else. Nvidia's kind of getting hung up at 1140. That's that area that price is kind of getting butthurt at. Metal. All right. Nvidia's getting, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be getting ready for somewhat of a move. It's been getting pretty tight. Yeah, NQ, sorry, not NQ, ES, still getting hung up here at the daily view up, volume weighted average price. It's honestly, it feels like stuff is going to start making moves here, but it makes sense because it's also, not only are we getting tight here, but it's also coming into closer to the market close. This, I mean, you can look at this now and you're like, oh, it's getting so tight. Yeah, it is getting very tight. Oh, it's a bearish flag in a decline chart, yeah, or like a bearish wedge. Yeah, kind of is. I'm still erring on the side of caution to be bearish, only because we have the bullish convergence here. We're oh shoot, okay, 526. See this little wall here at 526? This is where a repel price. We're at 526 on SPY right now. So you'd want to hold above 526. If we get below it and we start moving down a little bit, it can push price back down fairly nicely. So what's the support for GME? What's GME doing right now? GME. It's just been sideways all day, man. I wouldn't really know what support, what resistance is. I mean, we have a range. It's a range, you know. So if you just think of this as a range, it's been like this all day. So we're kind of like in the middle of the range. It looked like it could have set up here, didn't. It looked like it set up right here. It did, broke out and followed through, but then it couldn't. No movement to it. And what happens, what I've seen in the past, is like you'll get moves like at the end, right? At the end, or you know, when the market closes. So right now, Nvidia is the one that I'd be kind of keying in on here. It hasn't gone anywhere all day. It's not bearish or really bullish. I mean, technically it's bullish because it gapped up, but we've been putting in higher lows and we're getting kind of just right here at this 1140 area, getting hung up at. It's gonna be hard to say if we can actually get some momentum though. Just a choppy situation. Yeah, Nvidia right here. Let's see. Nvidia ate that 1140 up, and it's coming off. After it filled that, it came back in. So no, we need to see continuous buyers come in. The bigger levels at 1145, so $5 higher. Do. Scooby-doo-bop-doo-bow. Come on, SPY. Come on, Nvidia. Let's make some moves. We're right at that gamma flip line. Fairly neutral. Just right above it. AMD book map. Okay, we'll throw AMD up here. All right, we're breaking above that 1140. Can we get a move, baby? Can we get a move, baby? Still below the daily VWAP for NQ. Cash market session. Let's go, baby. Should we rocket ship? I am a tennis fan, but I haven't been watching tennis. I'm more of a fan of playing. Now I've been getting into pickleball, though. I just bought some new equipment. It's been fun. I love pickleball. I didn't want to be that person, but now I like it. Now I'm kind of that person. Tom, I don't think that they're out the door. It's just I prefer to see the technicals happen in a trend. So when I look at the technicals for GME right now, it's just range trading, right? It's just, you know, highs to lows, middle, and, you know, that's annoying. If we had some sort of a trend for the day, like I would be looking at flags, consolidations, and so forth, you know? All right, and AMD, sorry, bookmap is right here. For those that for those that had asked. So we're well below the daily volume weighted average price, but Nvidia is starting to get some momentum. Nvidia actually broke out of its 1140, and we saw that little push higher. That right there, my friends, is a buy stop pop. If you don't know what the buy stop pop is, well, type it in Google, and you get a buy stop pop, or it's a buy stop pop figuring out money. And we're coming back in. How dare ye? Oh, and look at we're coming back in. So NQ pulled into the, was that the daily expected move? No, that was the swing high. So for the day high, that's where price action just came into for NQ. So we'll see if we can get above that. We are in positive gamma territory now. And we hit the daily volume weighted average price week to date for the S&P 500 for SPY. Oh, I'm still in my space chute. Should I stay in my rocket ship or should I get out of my rocket ship? You tell me, people. Come on, NQ. Okay, and here's Nvidia. Kind of breaking out of this little area. We'll see if we can get any momentum to hit like a high of day, which is 1143. Did break out with some decent volume. You want me to stay in the rocket ship? All right, I'll stay in it. I'll hang out in the rocket ship, I guess. Why not? It's usually a jinx on everything, but maybe sometimes it's not. Tom, it's funny. Nvidia, yep. Trader Gens, yep. Sliding up. Mediocre blue. Let's go, baby. Let's just rip. Come on, SPY. Get off your face. Get off your cheeks. Come on, NQ. Come on, Nvidia. Let's go. All right, so if you are trading this intraday, we just hit a new high for Nvidia on that breakout. Always consider, don't let your winner, if it's an intraday trade, don't let your decent sized winners turn into losers. All right, that was a nice move there. Okay, if you want to look at the book map for Nvidia, it's coming up to that 1145, which had some liquidity up there. Okay, and then the bigger level would be 1150. Ooh. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Uh-oh. Calling my Martians. Boop, boop, boop. We have now hit altitude. This is spaceship music. Coming to the end of the trading session, about 30 minutes to go. Can we get a little squeezy McSqueezy in? Can you take me higher? 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 He's taking me higher. Ooh. Let's fill it. Let's grip it. Let's rip it. Let's rock. Let's roll. All right, I have to trim up some of my spy position, people. It's just too good not to right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and because I've been kind of in it. Let me hold on. Let me talk. Let me do this. All right. I had to peel a little bit more off my S&P 500. I gotta lock in these profits. I'll keep a little bit more going. I keep on like cutting it in halves, basically. Wait, what the? Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I accidentally. Me so stupid. All right. There's my spy. Now I'm keeping an eye on Nvid. Come on, Nvidia. A boopy doop a boop boo. All right, so Nvidia. That was a nice move there, and it came back in, and we feel that liquidity. 1150, I guess, would be a good level to keep an eye on. That'd be the next bigger level for Nvidia. If it's really going to start moving, we're back here at the week-to-date / daily volume-weighted average price, where I locked it in, baby, for the SPY trade. So we traded from down here. I took some profits here, and I took some more profits there. Live. Positive gamma territory once again. Trading at the daily volume weighted average price and the swing high for the day on NQ. Market net flow has been bullish this entire time, and we've got convergence darn near at the lows of the trading session today, people. Darn near. S&P 500 has a magnet towards 527. 527 is up here. We'll see if we can get to it. 527. The magnet is what I'm talking about, is right here. The 0-date levels. No, I feel you, Darren. Oh yeah, what's up with that? Come on, Nvidia. Make everyone happy. Or actually, make everyone mad. I feel like everyone's super mad about Nvidia. Not everyone. Some people. Some people are overly mad. Nvidia! How dare you! Ah! You see the volume here too on the way up? I mean, this is pretty clean. So let's go. Let's go to 1150. Take me. Like I'm at a rave. Yes, I did. I accidentally bought instead of sold, but I got out of it after. It's pretty funny that you called. Yeah. Did I say that I tell you guys that, or did I just say, oh my God? But I did. I accidentally bought more when I was supposed to sell. All Right, Nvidia's kind of just floating around here. Come on, Nvidia. Consolidate. Let's move. 1150 would be right here. That was a nice breakout, but we didn't see any kind of pullback or consolidation. We're in the final 30 minutes of the closing session. So if you did trade this little thing up, I mean, that's a pretty decent move, right? It came up to only 0.5%, but multiple dollars per share. So just don't let anything turn into a loser if you are just an intraday trading that. You're in the sub, Colby? The sub or the pineapple under the sea? The red submarine. It's gonna flush down. It might. Yeah, it might. What is gonna flood down? Flush down? This is spaceship music. Never say never. Never say never. Oh, you're talking about SPY probably, huh? Yeah, SPY. It's literally just it's floating around the swing high, the all-time high anchored volume weighted average price. Getting still incredibly tight here too, people. So like, just be aware of that. And we're above a declining 5-day moving average, so it's bullish, but with caution because it can easily come right back in, which we've seen. All right, and we're below the week-to-date daily. Like I said, market net flow is still bullish, so it still supports a move up to 527. We are above 526. You want to hold 526 here because it can repel price, right? So if we get under 526, it can press price down. Green repels, red it acts as a magnet. This is just 0 date, okay? So holding above 526 on SPY would be more of a positive situation than anything. Double say. And Nvidia is kind of stalled out. Stalled out to consolidating. Jamming! Yeah, Nvidia's moving up. Yep, Super Beat Patty. Super Beat Patty is in the chat. What's up? And thanks for everyone that's tuning in from Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't really see the chats in Twitter live because I still don't understand it. But there's a lot of people live watching Twitter. Or it's just bots. I really honestly don't know. But oh, now I see a chat, so I don't know. But no one said anything in the chat in Twitter. Yet there's 1,100 viewers there. I just said hi. See if anybody responds. Feel like that'd be cool if they worked on a better chat system on their live streams. Maybe it's because it's on desktop and a lot of people are on mobile and they don't have that chat option. Maybe that would change the dynamic of that. Yeah, I've had 0 chats
in
Twitter.
Internals, NYSE volume 7% above its 1-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 1.3 to 1. Nasdaq volume 18% below its 1-month average. Decliners lead advancers by 1.2 to 1. VIX index.
Hey, somebody said what's up. Somebody's paying attention on Twitter. What's up, 07? How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for saying something. I'm glad somebody paid attention there.
Issued a U.S. patent for methods of treating.
Or did you just come from like another platform? You're like, oh, I'm gonna go say what's up.
Body disease or disorder. Alpha Tango Hotel Alpha.
DM Elon? That'd be hilarious. All right, guys, come on, Nvidia, let's get that 1150. Let's go for it. It's quite a stretch, to be quite honest, but you never know. You never know in these days. You never know. Music too loud. I can turn it down. Party, party every day. Yeah, there we go, baby. All right, people. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully you guys are on the right side of trades. Hopefully today's stream helped out. We're coming to the closing end of the business. I was hoping that we can pull that 1150 there for Nvidia. Thought that'd be kind of cool for a nice closing out sesh. See if we can get a little squeeze, McSqueezy up there. Got CrowdStrike and going into earnings. Yeah, we can actually take a look at some of those. Anything. And we're getting just hung up around these daily expected moves. Or sorry, anchored VWAPs here for the day for NQ. Beast. All right, well, we're just right at that gamma flip line, still in a positive convergence, positive divergence there, and you can see this line starting to tick up. That has been a positive sign there for the markets. Mind you, we're still, by the way, down 20 basis points on the day for S&P 500. But if we were paying attention, right, you managed to, for the most part, navigate fairly effectively from the downside into the upside today. But overall, I mean, we are down on the trading session. We still have a declining 5-day moving average. We're still below the daily / week to date as it stands in this current moment. So, you know, play it day by day. You know, that big move on Friday's close got completely just reversed, right? And came back down, and now we're back up. Nvidia coming back in ever so slightly with about 20 minutes into the closing bell. Sold 1,000 contracts. Dang, dude. That's some freaking trading right there. You trade on a whole nother level of size. That is some size. Gamma flip right now is, yeah, 5270. And we're right there at it. Nvidia's coming back in. No, no, no. No, no, no. Are we retesting the breakout, or are we just calling it quits here? They tried. They came. They tried. S&P 500 coming in here too. There's the S&P 500 coming in a little bit. Back under the daily VWAP, and the daily VWAP and the daily high anchor VWAP has been holding as resistance. We're back in negative gamma territory too here as well. And back below the week to date, obviously, and this all-time high, coming back down to and around the 5-day moving average. But cheeks. Yeah, I'm going to be taking a look into oil a little bit later today. Yeah, Nvidia's not down and out yet, but like I said, this is only the 1 minute time frame. It's just coming back in for potential back test, but you never know. We can undercut it, break back down. Like we don't know what's going to happen here, but I want to see what's reporting earnings. Oh, you're watching on YouTube too. Yeah, the GME in Berkshire was pretty crazy, huh, Sun Grab? I want to go and I want to pull up some of the earnings that are coming out. If there is anything of significance this week. GitLab. I don't know. I'm not really interested in any of these earnings. CrowdStrike is tomorrow after the close, apparently. That could be a bigger one. Lululemon's after the close on Wednesday. Bing, bong, boom. What's GitLab up to? Dang, GitLab's been getting, what is this line? Oh, those are the earnings expected move from the prior. All right, so GitLab is going to be reporting after the bell. Let's just see what the expected move is for fun here. We're looking at 7.72 expected move. Yeah. Base. Which is $39 or so and some change, and then up to 54. So this is the expected move for GitLab. Right there. All right, S&P 500 chopping around. Nvidia, do we see anything? What is keeps doing that? Nvidia is just
GameStop, GME, Morgan Stanley is reportedly discussing whether Keith Gill can stay on the trading platform. Saying that E-Trade is reportedly considering removing Keith Gill from the trading platform. I think that's Roaring Kitty there for GameStop, GME.
There's a big flush in GME on that. Yes, you did, Arvian. Did you hear that? They're considering removing him from the trading platform. It's actually kind of weird, like, when you think about it. Like, if he's not actually doing anything illegal, I guess it's their platform, their home, they can do what they want. But also, it's kind of opening the door to say, like, for other people that are, like, on his side, to leave that platform and not trade with it. And they might look at them as like, oh, so basically, he didn't do anything wrong, allegedly, right? And you're gonna just kick random people. So what's to keep them from kicking somebody else off? You know? I don't think that they say they were. I think they said they're considering it, which also sounds like a manipulative thing to say, because the market just responded very, very aggressively there too. So that'll be interesting to see what comes from that. Oh, I'm still in my rocket ship, huh? Should I stay in my rocket ship or should I get out? No, it wasn't Hood. I think it's JPM. They said that. Let's see what JPM is doing. Was it JPM? I can't recall. I didn't quite hear it. Let me see here. Oh, E-Trade. Morgan Stanley. Nvidia coming back in. Is it Morgan Stanley? Is that what that is? Huh. I don't know. All right, so Nvidia, what's Nvidia up to? Just coming back into that little breakout area of 1140. Well, we got 15 minutes left, so to get to 1150 might be a little bit of a stretch here, but you never know. Seems a little bit of a pressure to the downside. I'm no longer in my S&P 500 position. Good trade. That's weird that they're considering... They didn't even give a reason, though. I mean, I feel like I know the reason, but... That was from Wall Street Journal. I don't like that. That doesn't sit with me right. Unless they have definitive proof of something. Yeah, I don't like that at all. People have been banned from Robinhood, you're saying? Like Robinhood, I know Robinhood's been like back and forth shady. They were shady with me the other day. I guess it wasn't shady. I guess it's part of their risk management processes, which, okay, I understand now, but still, they said they closed out of my position for the risk of it closing in the money. And I'm like, well, why did I put on the trade? I wanted it to be in the money. I mean, I was going to close it out. I wasn't going to exercise my options. But the thing was, they took $6,000 out of my pocket. Easy 6,000. And I only bet $200. I never take those trades, and I did it, and I was super stoked. And I found out that they closed my position. And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, dude, I did it 2 hours into the closing bell, like basically 2 to 3 hours, somewhere around there. And then I was like, they took 30 minutes away from me. So I'm like, I literally had the only chance I had was going to the close. So it was literally a lose-lose situation for me if I would have known that. And I did not. Now I do. Now I know I'm not going to trade there, and why I never trade there. I don't trade options in the first place, but I also don't put money on Robinhood. Yeah, I'd be careful with GameStop. That was a no bueno little news drop right there. What's Nvidia doing? I'm kind of the only thing that I'm interested in here is Nvidia. Come on, Nvidia. Hey, what's up? Waking up? Let's go. Let's wake up and go. We got 13 minutes left. Yeah, no, he definitely didn't move those millions into Robinhood. But we do know now it's Morgan Stanley or E-Trade. Or he probably said that in the past. I just didn't know. It's all good, August. You live and learn. Like, I would be a little bit more upset about it. Like, if I lost actually more money. Like I said, I only took a $150 bet on something that loses probably 99% of the time because it just looked like a good opportunity. That's all it was. I was like, dang, dude, if we get back up to the weekly expected move after all this like bearishness, this thing could print. So I went for it and I took it. I was like, I'm just gonna put $200 in. I'll do a $150 bet. If I lose it, who cares? Okay. But it literally went in the money, almost up 8,000 at a point apparently when I looked back at the contract. But I was not gonna close it out there. I was gonna close it out about a minute to go to the closing bell and found out that they closed it out 30 minutes. And then I went to talk to support and they couldn't give me a clear answer other than it was the risk management team. They started to do that 30 minutes into the bell. Then I was like, they said, generally speaking. And so I said, so generally speaking, there could be somebody else who took the same trade and you closed it out 5 minutes to the closing bell. And they said, that could be the case. So I lost I lost like $100 or a little bit more than that. Whatever. But in theory, like, I could have made more. So I'm just kind of trying to focus on, like, it was a $100 lesson, right? And glad I didn't put like thousands of dollars in this trade, which I wouldn't do that, but still, it was a lotto trade, loses all the time. Took time out of my day to like put in the trade, and mind you, I put the trade in on my big accounts too, just not a 0-date option play. I traded some leverage Q and SPY that day, so I moved those accounts, which is cool, but the $200 turned into more than what my full-size positions were trading those products because of the leverage of options. So actually, I lost money, but you know what I mean. All right, people, come on, Nvidia, let's go. We got 10 minutes to the closing bell. That's good to know, Arvian. I appreciate that. Let me know. I do have Schwab, so maybe next time if I want to take a trade like that, I'll do it on just another platform if it ever comes up. Those opportunities are so far between, dude. Like, they're so rare, and the fact that I'd never taken a 0-date option trade. I've maybe been in an option at a time where it goes to, like, it expires that day, but I've never taken specifically a 0-date from what I remember, ever as taking a 0-day trade. That was my first one ever. And I knew it was a lotto ticket. I knew exactly what I was doing. I didn't know that it was going to be that outcome, but I knew exactly what I was doing. I said, I'm going to enter in and I'm going to close it out at the end of business. I don't care what happens in between then. I'm going to close it out right at the close. Couldn't do it. Sucks, man. Just sucks, dude. It's like, that was like basically 2 mortgage payments for me. That's how I think about it. Or it could have been like months worth of groceries, you know? Pardon my language, sorry. Come on, baby. Come on, Nvidia. Chris, how often do I trade live? Last week I couldn't get on live. It's been kind of hit or miss with my baby. It's been hard to break away, but Mondays and Tuesdays I've been fairly here. And now next week I'm going to be on a vacation. I think I'll have a little access to internet here and there, so I'll be updating my Discord stuff, but I don't think I'll be able to put out a movie or a live stream because the internet ain't that good. It's out in the rural area of... I don't even know, dude. I've been going there for like 25 years. I still don't even understand where it's at. It's in the middle of nowhere, dude. It's a little fishing trip. All the guys go. It's fun. Camping trip. Get away. Get some air. Touch grass. Touch dirt. Touch water. Touch barbecue. Touch fire pit. Touch guns, maybe. That'd be fun to go shooting. Alright, Nvidia ain't gonna make it. Ah, come on, man. Come on, Nvidia. Hey, August, thanks for the super chat. Keep it up. Thanks, man. You didn't need to do that. Appreciate the support there. I might, Chris. I might do something like that for subs.
Circulating that Microsoft
it's been a thought process. Like my current subs, you know,
cloud
like,
business. Michael's here, Franklin Tango.
If I was to do that and make a consistent channel, like I just don't think I can do it for the $9 a month because it would take up more of my time. So I'd have to like create like some sort of other tier or something where I can still provide a lot of benefits for and stuff like that. Because I do a lot on the $9, but to like structure out like straight up like scheduling and stuff for something like this, which takes a lot of time. I would just have to make sure it like makes sense for me and my family. If that makes sense. Come on, Nvidia. Let's go. Got 7 minutes left. All alone. All right, so I'd hate to say this, but it's coming into the close. So where we get a little bit more volatility. I gotta trim my position here. So if it gets to 1150, awesome, but I have to trim up. Oh my gosh. My S&P 500 position, I still had some in. Gosh, man. All over the place. Oh no, oh my goodness, dude. I keep on hitting the wrong name. I can't trade from my cell phone, but I have to on here while I do these live streams. It sucks, man. That's the second time I've done that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, come on. All right. Jeez, dude. Phew. All right, let's get up there. Come on now. Dang, someone's calling me right now, and I know I have to answer this. It looks like, I think it's the refrigerator. Can't answer it. Not on this. All right, I got to close out my position. I can't pay attention to all of this. Man, I don't want to close out of it yet. Yeah, I got to close. I got to close my position. I got to close out of Nvidia. I had to pay attention to something else. When it comes into the closing bell, it's a little bit too hard for me to focus. Now I'm going to have to sign off here, guys. It's been a good stream. We'll get off in about 5 minutes.
That's the closing bell in New York. On the earnings front today, the light earnings calendar with notables including GitLab, Health Equity, and Lavoro.
Guys, I'll be right back.
RCRG Recruiter announcing a $400,000 registered direct offering. Romeo Charlie Romeo Tango.
Oh boy, people. Okay, sorry, I got tied up there, so I had to exit my position. But hey, we're almost there. Nvidia, 1150. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's get it. We've got 2 minutes left. Who held in? Anybody trade this, by the way? Sorry, I had to take a phone call. It was important. It was our refrigerator. It's getting replaced. Remember I don't know if you've been live and watching these things, but we had problems with our refrigerator. It was like showed up with dents, our new refrigerator, and they wanted to replace the doors. Hey, yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Stig. Thanks, Victor. Venom. Rico. I'm going to be here till the closing bell. Just a couple more minutes here. Christopher, yeah, it just depends on the mood, you know. I like a little EDM, little bit of this, a little bit of that. I like EDM. I like country. It's all about mood. I like all kinds of music, you know, all types of music. Up 30% on your spy calls. A rock and roll. All right, I'm gonna call that a tag right there at 11.50. That's 11.49 and 33 cents on an $1,100 product. That's pretty darn good. I wish I could have stayed in, but I couldn't pay attention to everything there. But it was a nice breakout, right? It was a clean breakout. We pulled in and we went higher. So we're about 50 cents from there. It looks like we're gonna tag it. Come on now, pushy. Here we go. 20 cents. Here we go. 20 cents. Here we go. Squeezy, 10 cents. 7 cents. 7 cents. 2 cents. 1 cent. We did it. 11.50 into the close. 11.50 into the close. Oh man, I wish I could have been in there. I couldn't pay attention to both, man. I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. But hopefully you guys got to play into that and do some good trades there.
Phase 1 trial at
I joke. Thanks, man.
Romeo Kilo.
Thanks, Tom. That's it. That's 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Anti-tumor treatment.
Try to get out a market brief episode to kind of dive in more deep. I know there are a lot of things happening in the market today that I couldn't touch on, including the move in oil too. So.
Such a biotech, only GM.
Nice target, Luke.
Data on.
Thanks, Vitor.
RBT in treatment of multiple myeloma.
Good trading, everybody. Where did Spy finish? Spy got it. Oh man, even Spy is squeezed. Man, I wish I could. I was focusing more on this stuff, people. I wish I was. But look at that move. We came in. We finished up slightly on the trading session. Right there. Right, slightly up. We finished up 6 basis points, unchanged on the day. But it wasn't that boring of a day. It wasn't that boring. We did good. We did good. We're back above the 5-day moving average. We're above the swing high anchored volume weighted average price.
Health Equity HQY
and, that's a good sign. 5-day moving average. As long as we can stay above in these areas and start flattening out and curling back up.
279
good stuff, man.
consensus estimate.
Good stuff. Yeah, V days, they are annoying, but that's that's the thing.
Net income was 33
you just got to be ready and kind of those levels. V days do get annoying.
Non-GAAP net income was 80 cents.
They do.
It's a 66-cent estimate.
All right, Todd. See ya. See ya, V. See ya, Colby. See ya, Rico. See ya, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Everyone on Twitter, thanks for being there. I appreciate y'all. And then Twitch, obviously. Thanks for everyone tuning in there. Twitch. See you, Trader Jen. See you, Palm Tree. Thanks for sticking around.
36%
Prime.
for Health Equity.
Prima. Thanks. Super Beef Patty, if you're still here. Too. Thanks, man.
Fiscal year revenue 1.16 to 1.18 billion. Just a 1.15 consensus estimate.
We got some of these things reporting earnings. I'll check.
GitLab brings in 293 to 310 per share.
Just want to see. I gotta take a break, dude. Yeah, GitLab is up in the clip, or was that the squeeze?
ASND announcing
I don't know if it reported
phase
earnings yet.
1-2 results.
I'm not really that interested in it anyway. See you guys. All right. See you gals. See you girls. See you guys. See you dudes. See you whatever.
Patients